Om Shri Sai Ram. My most humble and reverential pronounce at the lotus feet of my beloved Master and Guru, Bhagwan Shri Sathya Sai Baba. On behalf of the Shri Sathya Sai Seva Organization, Maharashtra, let me extend a very warm welcome to each one of you in the August gathering at this holy place on the occasion of the celebration of the Golden Jubilee of Dharmaskhetra. Dharmaskhetra, the very first word in the song Celestial Bhagavad Gita, meaning a land where Dharma is upheld, is verily a manifestation of divine love. It was established by Sri Sathya Sai Baba at Mumbai on May 12, 1968, on the eve of the First World Conference of the Sri Sathya Sai Seva Organizations. Swami, as we lovingly call him, always emphasized that the Sathya Sai organization is not merely a social service organization, but a spiritual organization with the sole purpose of undertaking service activities as a means to self-transformation for one's spiritual advancement. Through its network of over 5,000 Sri Satya Sai centers all over India and 126 countries worldwide, the organization undertakes spiritual, educational, and service activities. You will be pleased to know that Dharmaskhetra is not just a shrine for the soul, but also a temple for the body, mind, and intellect. While the Sri Satya Sai Medical Center has treated over 7.5 lakh patients, including 25,000 cataract surgeries since its inception in 1999, the Sri Satya Sai mobile medical vans, which was launched in 2008, have treated over 53 lakh patients at their doorstep. On the other hand, since 1970, the Sri Satya Sai Vidya Mandir, through its value-based secular education, has nurtured the intellect of over 20,000 children from underprivileged sections in the nearby vicinity. Similarly, the Sri Satya Sai Bal Vikas program, which is entering its 50th year, has molded the tender minds of over 10 lakh students since 1969 through its well-structured course in human values, of which I too am a proud and grateful beneficiary. And may I add, by the way, all the above are provided absolutely free of cost to the recipients, and these statistics are of Maharashtra alone. This is the same model and philosophy that is followed in every of the 29 states of our country and the rest of the world. Baba has always taught us that there's only one religion, the religion of love. And hence, every religious festival is celebrated with equal fervor. The Sarva Dharma Stupa, seen in the emblem of the organization, is symbolic of the same. We begin today's proceedings by invoking the divine with multi-faith prayers. I now request our guests of honor for today, the Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Dinesh Jain, the Director General of Police, State of Maharashtra, Shri Datta Padsalgikar, to kindly come forward and light the ceremonial lamp. And after the prayers, we will be inaugurating the 54th mobile medical van.
सुमनस्य माना त्वया दुष्टानुदमाना दुरुक्तान् बृहद्वदेम विदते सुवीराः त्वया जुष्ट रुचिर्भवति देवि त्वया ब्रह्मा गतश्रीरुतद्वया त्वया जुष्टश्चित्रं विन्दते वसुसानो जुषस्व द्रविणो न मेधे मेधां म इन्द्रो ददातु मेधा देवी सरस्वती मेधा मे अश्विना उभामा दत्तां पुष्करस्रजा अप्सरासु च या मेधा गन्धर्वेषु च यन्मनः दैवी मेधा सरस्वती सा मां मेधा सुरभिर्जुषता स्वाहा आमा विश्वरूपा हिरण्यवर्णा जगति जगम्या ऊर्जस्वती पयसा पिन्वमाना सा मां मेधा सुप्रतीका जुषन्तां मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि अग्निस्तेजो दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि इन्द्रियं दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि सूर्यो भ्राजो दधातु हंस हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति जयोस्तुते शिव गौरी नंदन विवेक विद्या सुख शांति स्तव भूमंडलिके विघ्न निकंदन जयोस्तुते। आदि पूज्य ओंकार निरंतर आदि पूज्य ओंकार निरंतर सकल गुणात्मक तू फलदायक वरद वरद हे पावन चिंतन वरद वरद हे पावन चिंतन जयोस्तुते गणपति जगवंदन जयोस्तुते। ब्रह्मरूप तव मूषकवाहन ब्रह्मरूप तव मूषकवाहन रिद्धि सिद्धि प्रिय नाम शुभंकर आशीर्वचने सर्व प्रदायक आशीर्वचने सर्व प्रदायक जयोस्तुते 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 गणपति जगवंदन जयोस्तुते शिव गौरी नंदन विवेक विद्या सुख शांति स्तव भूमंडलिके विघ्न निकंदन जयोस्तुते जयोस्तुते जयोस्तुते। एक ओंकार सतनाम करता मूर्ख निर्भय निर्वैर अकाल मूरत अजूनी सेवं गुरु प्रसाद जप आद सच जुगाद सच है भी सच नानक होसी भी सच सोचे सोच न होवे जे सोची लखवार चुपे चुप न होवे जे लाय रहा लखदार भूखिया भूख न उतरी जे बन्ना पुरिया पार सहस्यान बालक ओ है ताइक न चले ना किविद सचियारा हुई किवे कूड़े टूटे
He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. He will make a way. By a roadway in the wilderness, He'll lead me. Rivers in the desert will I see. Heaven and earth will fade, but His word will still remain. And He will do something new today. Oh, God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. He will make a way. He will make a way. He will make a way.
मालिकुल मुल्क शरीक लहू अंतबु ला इलाहा इल्लाहू शम्स तबरेज है खुदा का नबी पुकारा ला इलाहा इल्लाहू अल्लाहू 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 ये ज़मीं जब न थी, ये जहां जब न था, चांद सूरज न थे, आसमां जब न था, राज़े हक की किसी पर आया जब न था, राज़े हक की किसी पर आया जब न था, तब न था कुछ यहाँ, तब न था कुछ यहाँ, हाँ मगर तू ही तू। अल्लाहू 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 ला इलाहा तेरी शानी आबाद हूँ तू ख्यालो तजस्सुस तू ही आरज़ू आँख की रोशनी दिल की आवाज़ तू आँख की रोशनी दिल की आवाज़ तू था भी तू है भी तू था भी तू है भी तू होगा भी तू ही तू। अल्लाहू 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 सोचे में राज में अर्श तक मुस्तफा जब न माबूदो बंदे में पर्दा रहा तब मलाइक ने आकाश से झुक कर कहा तब मलाइक ने आकाश से झुक कर कहा सारी मखलूक में रहनुमा तू ही तू। अल्लाहू 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 Allahu, 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 Allahu.
ईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Let me take this opportunity to brief you all about the mobile medical van. The Sri Satya Sai Mobile Medicare project was launched in 2008 with the objective of improving the health of poor and needy patients who lack access to medical care by providing high quality primary and preventive health care. 53 medical vans with fully furnished state-of-the-art medical equipment have successfully treated over 53 lakh patients at their doorstep, totally free of cost. The mobile medical vans have reached 27 districts of Maharashtra and Goa, covering 95 villages. Additionally, 450 padas, tandas, and Gadgram panchayats have been covered. I now request our guests to proceed for the inauguration of the 54th mobile medical van.
ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् ॐ.
As Mahatma Gandhi has also said, the soul and future of India lies in its villages. Baba envisaged the need for self-sufficiency of the villages in India through an holistic development program. And thus, the Sri Satya Sai Village Integration Program was conceptualized. Under this program, 78 villages in Maharashtra have been adopted. 1,800 toilets have been constructed. 6 water projects were successfully undertaken. 658 Balvikas classes are being conducted. 5,000 smokeless chulas have been distributed, and 19 community centers have been established. The common program adopted in 2009 to define a model village includes providing sanitation facilities, community center, that is Gramin Seva Kendra, vocational training for youth, Balvikas for children, and mother and child care for women. After the initial adoption of the village, the 7-care model, which includes individual care, edu-care, medicare, socio-care, spiritual care, econo-care, and agri-care, are provided in the adopted villages. Allow me to share 2 classic examples of the village integration program. Inhabitants of 4 villages of Tarpatti, Kombal Tekdi, Maldunge, and Satyachivadi, situated about 20 kilometers from Navi Mumbai, were provided with piped drinking water at their doorstep. This project has benefited more than 1,000 people in the villages. Another example, until February 2011, Kondyachivadi, a village near Karzat, was a village without any water resource. Sri Satya Sai Seva Organization Maharashtra and Goa, along with the corporate house of Mahindra and Mahindra Tractor Division, provided water to the village, benefiting close to 215 villagers. And as Mahatma Gandhi has also said, the soul and future of India lies in its villages. Baba envisaged the need for self-sufficiency of the villages in India through an holistic development program, and thus the Sri Sathya Sai Village Integration Program was conceptualized. Under this program, 78 villages in Maharashtra have been adopted. 1,800 toilets have been constructed. 6 water projects were successfully undertaken. 658 Balvikas classes are being conducted. 5,000 smokeless chulas have been distributed, and 19 community centers have been established. The common program adopted in 2009 to define a model village includes providing sanitation facilities, community center, that's Gramin Seva Kendra, vocational training for youth, Balvikas for children, and mother and child care for women. After the initial adoption of the village, the 7-care model, which includes individual care, educare, Medicare, socio-care, spiritual care, econo-care, and agri-care are provided in the adopted villages. May I now request Shri Nimish Pandya, the All India President of Sri Sathya Sai Seva Organization, to welcome on to the dais Shri Dinesh Kumar Jain, the Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra. I request Shri Ramesh Sawant, Trustee, Sri Sathya Sai Books and Publication Trust, Maharashtra, to kindly welcome onto the dais Shri L.V. Subramaniam, the Special Chief Secretary to the Government of Andhra Pradesh. I request Shri Anup Saxena, the State President for Mumbai Metropolitan Region, to welcome onto the dais the Director General of Police for the State of Maharashtra, Shri Datta Padsalgikar. Uncle? I asked God to take away my pain. God said no. It is not for me to take away, but for you to give it up. I asked God to grant me patience. God said no. Patience is a byproduct of tribulations. It isn't granted, it is earned. I asked God to give me happiness. God said no. I give you blessings. Happiness is up to you. I asked God for all things so that I might enjoy life. God said, no, I will give you life so that you may enjoy all things. I asked God to help me love others as much as He loves me. God said, at last you have the idea. Sri Sathya Sai Baba has always reiterated the message of the 5 human values as being fundamental to human character. It is in this regard that the Sri Sathya Sai Seva Organization proposed to hold a symposium on the theme, Spirituality in Action in Civil Services, as we believe that spirituality, regardless of one's religious beliefs, is essentially the practice of the human values of truth, right action, love, peace, and non-violence. Since the executive is blessed with the opportunity with the very grassroots of the society, when these values are applied in welfare schemes, implementation of laws and statutes, and other facets of administration, the practice of civil service becomes the practice of spirituality itself. We therefore look forward to an exchange of ideas and experiences, insights into the practice of spirituality, and create a synergy between the understanding of human values and their delivery in today's symposium. For we believe that time has come for India to lead the world once again with her universal ideal of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and regain her pristine divine glory. I now welcome Shri Nimish Pandya, the All India President, Shri Satya Sai Seva Organization, to come forward and deliver his welcome address. Shri Nimish Pandya has been a lawyer in the High Court for over 2.5 decades, but he has dedicated a major part of his life to Sai Mission, nurturing and guiding thousands of youngsters on the path of human values propagated by Baba. He is an inspiration to all of us who have been groomed by him. Shri Nimish Pandya.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Offering my most humble salutations at the divine lotus feet of my beloved master, Bhagwan Shri Satya Sai Baba, I take this opportunity on behalf of all present here today to seek his blessings and his grace for all good to happen to mankind. Dear brothers and sisters, today is a very unique occasion for all of us at Dharmaskhetra. Celebrating 50 years of the advent of Bhagwan in this place and the establishment of this center, one of the first outside of Prashanti Nilayam, which was the home of Bhagwan in Mumbai. Bhagwan used to always say that Mumbai is like the stomach of India. If the stomach is healthy, the whole country will be healthy, and that's what he used to always remind us all the time. And therefore, it is definitely coincidental that on the Golden Jubilee, we are talking of human values in the city of Mumbai. In fact, the legacy of Bhagwan Shri Satya Sai Baba is very unique. Many people understand Bhagwan in many, many different ways. Some call him a saint, some call him a guru, some call him a godman, some call him an avatar. But his life and his message was very unique. And it starts from a little quote that I remember in Hindi, जो कहते हैं कि जिंदगी में यदि आप किसी एक इंसान से मिलना चाहते हो जो आपकी जिंदगी बदल सकता है तो वो कौन हो सकता है? तो बाबा कहते हैं आईने में देखकर देखो तो वही इंसान है जो आपको बदल सकता है. और यही बाबा की पूरी कहानी का, पूरे संदेश का मर्म है. For the first time in the history of mankind, brothers and sisters, and I must say this, came a persona, call him by whatever name you want, give him any title you want. But he was one person who came on earth to revalue man. Today, my car is more valuable than me, my watch is more valuable than me, my home is more valuable than me. And as a lawyer, I know what estate can do to families and what money can do to families. Today, if I walk on the streets of Mumbai, and no offense meant to my DGP, if I have a Rolex golden in my hand, the man will cut my hand and take the Rolex away and not bother that is cutting the hand of a human being. We've created for ourselves, and Baba used to say, a society where everything else has become valuable, man himself has become the least of valuable, when it should be other way around. My Mercedes-Benz has value because I sit in it. My house has value because I stay in it. The Rolex has value because I wear it. If I am not there, these things have no value. This perceptual revaluation of the human being was the fundamental goal of Bhagwan Shri Satya Sai Baba. All his life, and the beautiful statement that he made that, I know I am God, but I have come to tell you that you also are God. And this, for the first time in the history of mankind, a saint has come and given man the same level of respect as God would expect himself. Many saints have come and made mankind into devotees, followers. But Bhagwan never wanted human beings to become his devotees. He wanted each one to realize his inherent potential, that you also are God. And therefore, as a young man, when I went to him for the first time, what impressed me was here is a master who is aspiring and working very hard to make me like him itself. And that is the story of Bhagwan Shri Satya Sai Baba. Baba used to always say that the real introduction to man is his character. And I must tell you this story. Often I say this because being a lawyer, I was given the job by Baba to escort Nani Palkhiwala, the doyen of Constitutional of India, from Bangalore airport to Puttaparthi. Being a Parsi and a young lawyer, I had to create some conversation because those days it should take 3 hours to reach Puttaparthi from Bangalore city. So in the car, sitting a young lawyer sitting with the doyen of the profession, I had to create some conversation and I didn't know what to say. And I asked him, Nani, you're a Parsi, what are you doing in an Andhra Pradesh with an Afro man? What attracts you there? And he says, Nimish, only one thing attracts me there. Because here is Bhagavan who has said that the end of education must be character. And he's the first man who has explained to me what character in a human being is. And he said, character is that in a human being where his thought, word and deed is unified, and that is the definition of character I like, and therefore I am going to address the convocation of Bhagwan's university. But the second thing he said was more beautiful. Then I asked him, Nani, what is the crisis in India? He says, Nimish, there is no crisis in India. There is no food crisis in India. There is so much food that we can feed the whole world. There is no money crisis. Because despite so much of money being robbed day in and day out, we are still talking of growth. With a bottomless pit, you talk of growth, it's a miracle, only can happen in India and nowhere else. There is no water crisis. There is so much water that we can quench the thirst of the whole world. But you know what is the crisis in India? The crisis in India is today character crisis. In every sphere of life, and including mine at the topmost as a lawyer, we never speak and say and do in one unison anything in life. And that is a crisis that we need to solve. And that was the legacy of Bhagwan Shri Sathya Sai Baba. The Sathya Sai legacy was nothing but the imbibing of human values for every human being. The divinity, the divinizing of human being, letting it understand its true potential was the mission of Bhagwan Shri Sathya Sai Baba. And as an organization today, we are committed to do this through the length and breadth of this country. And I tell you, brothers and sisters, what we understand of India today is not true. The negativism we see is not true. The lack of hope that we see is not true. At the grassroots levels of India, and I know this in the last 3 years since I have traveled the length and breadth of this country, the Indian citizen is a honest and a great spiritual seeker throughout the length and breadth of this country. To them we need complete support. The human being is absolutely divine. Now the question is, the structure of our society, the way we created the structure, needs to support the aspirations of a fundamentally spiritual citizen of this country. In fact, Baba has labored a lot in the last 80 years of his life. The first thing that he did was to start a women's college, recognizing that the woman is the focus of society. If the woman does not take care of the family, if the woman is not a good mother, if a woman is not a good wife, if a woman is not a good sister, a good mother-in-law, society will collapse. And to Swami, the family was a unit of society and not the individual. Today we are racing at such a speed at destroying the family structure that God only helps us if we don't help ourselves. Because Swami always believed, if there is righteousness in the heart, then there is beauty in character. If there is beauty in character, then there is harmony in the home. If there is harmony in the home, then there is order in the nation. And if there is order in the nation, then alone there can be peace. And therefore, self-transformation was the focus that Bhagwan gave to the Sri Sathya Sai Seva organizations all over the world. Ours is a very unique organization. We are not an NGO. We don't have great targets of transforming the whole situation by creating millions of hospitals and all that. We do that. But our goal is not that. Our goal is to transform each individual personally. As the old George Bernard Shaw quotation goes, sir, when I asked him, why fool must you change the whole world? Why fool must you change the whole world? Improve yourself and there shall be one fool automatically less in this world. And that was the spirit with which Bhagavan worked in trying to light the lamp of love in each human being. For 80 years, the all-powerful master stayed in Puttaparthi and millions of people who came there. And today in retrospect, when you see, each one believes that Bhagavan came for himself. And his is the only story of Bhagwan Shri Sathya Sai Baba. Now today there is not one Ramayana and one Mahabharata and one Quran. Each one is a repository of divine experiences with Bhagwan Shri Sathya Sai Baba. And that is the beauty of this thing. Last year we had a great conference in Prasanthi Nilayam where we had nearly 70 sitting judges of the Supreme Court and the High Court assembling in Prasanthi Nilayam. And so many retired judges. That's where we started the story. I said, the Indian society, Bharat, Bhagwan was in so much love with the country, the Bhav, Rag and Tal story of Bharat, that he was passionate. He was passionate to the extent that he used to go out of his way to promote amongst his children. The girls in the Anandpur College, which was the first women's college, then the students of the Satsai University, which is one of the most unique university having 4 campuses. Thousands of students have passed out of this. And thousands of girls have passed out of this, and the golden age is not far. Because when transformation happens at the grassroots level, it manifests suddenly. It goes like that. Bhagwan used to say, to throw away the darkness, you don't require a huge generator. Even one small lamp can dispel darkness in a great way. And that is the strategy that Bhagwan ensured. So as an organization, brothers and sisters, we are very focused that unless man changes, nothing else can happen. Bhagwan's very great story was of Gandhiji when he went to the school and for inspection, and the teacher was very upset. He said he kept all the naughty students behind and kept all the good students in front. And Gandhiji came and said, okay, he took the map of India and tore it into 4 pieces and asked the students join together. Now the teacher none of the good students volunteered to group the match, but the naughtiest guy from behind got up and said, sir, I can do it. So the teacher was nervous, the principal was nervous, and she called the boy in front, come, never mind. He, in just a ziffy of a second, put the map together. So then he was very happy, went away, and then they asked him, how did he do it? Sir, I don't know the map of India, but there was a photograph of a child behind. I put the man together, and the country became all right automatically. And that was the whole story that is there. But the surprising fact is that we're missing this point in this country, and Baba used to point that out. Why are we not focusing on improving the man rather than creating all the peripheral things that we address is a big question mark. And therefore, by the way, the first person to take charge of the entire administration of Bhagwan Shri Satsai Baba was none other than an IAS officer named Shri K. Chakravarti, who was the collector of Anandpur. He became the topmost person handling the entire sort of the kingdom of Bhagwan, which manifested all over. Unfortunately, he couldn't come here today. He's very senior in age and was not well. But I pray to God that his health becomes improved, and I was hoping that he would be here today. But Bhagwan knew that to set this country right, the right man is the IAS officer. And if he gets into account, I think everything falls in line. The second person Bhagwan caught was Brother Dora sitting across, the ex-DGP of Andhra Pradesh. He knew, catch the IAS officer, catch the police officer, and the society becomes correct. And that was the second thing that Bhagwan did in seeing that. And I'm very happy to have in this great team my guest today, the DGP of Maharashtra, Shri Datta Padsalgikar Sahib, is here with us today. And I don't know whether Sahib knows or not, but we all know that Sahib is a very, very strong spiritual person. And we are very happy to have him here. And we are congratulating him on his extension, that some sense has prevailed and Sahib is now continuing to be the DGP of this state. Even the Chief Secretary, sir, with us, Mr. Jain, also amazing man. Normally, to get into the Chief Secretary's chamber is not a very easy job to do. It's a very difficult thing. And I know his second in command very well. And for him, during the times of his earlier thing, it's very difficult to get into the ministry. But amazing open darbar and so much love and affection and smile on his face. So I told his very good friend, Rajiv, I said, look, he doesn't look like to be a Chief Secretary. I mean, there is no aura, there is no air, there's nothing. There's only love, which is very strange. But I think today we are very proud in Maharashtra that if you enter the DGP's office, there is love, and you enter the Maharashtra government, there is love. And that's because of the 2 gentlemen who are guests of honor. Please give them a very big hand today. And I can't forget my brother, Mr. Subramanyam. He is an alumni of Bhagwan. He's like a colleague to us in many, many ways. An elder brother who has gone through the annals of the Satsai University and gone through. And therefore, it's a great privilege to have him with us. Welcome to Dharmaskhetra, sir. And we are very, very happy to have you here. What a good IAS officer can do, I have a story to share with you. Recently in Madhya Pradesh, there were a lot of incidents of rape and things which happened, and the Madhya Pradesh government was very, very upset. And logically, I don't know, by default, moment that something goes wrong, they think of creating a law, which is such a default reaction, make a law to create something wrong. But we don't understand that the law cannot change the mind of the human being. The law cannot change, cannot ignite the soul and the spirit of the human being. And therefore, when Hari Ranjan Rao, sitting in Madhya Pradesh as the chief, one of the secretaries at the government of Madhya Pradesh, was sitting and all of them were debating, bring this law, bring that law, how to curb this, how to curb that. And it required the courage of this young man to tell the chief minister that, sir, law will not stop rapes. Law will not stop murders. What will stop all this in society is to put human values into education right from the primary section, so that as they grow up, they will change the entire manifestation. Sai Kumar from Tamil Nadu was very close to Madam Jayalalitha, a great man who's transformed and done so many good things in Tamil Nadu down the line. The purpose of mentioning this is what Baba used to always say: give me one person who is strong in character and I will change the whole world. It requires only one lamp to light to dispel darkness. And that was the beauty of the message of Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Dear brothers and sisters, today is a great occasion. This is one of the first efforts in the sphere of civil service of all natures that we have started this humble effort, and we seek your guidance and blessings, all the elders who are here, people of great eminence and great experience who have been here to guide us. We do propose to have a similar one at the national level in the headquarters in Prashant and Nilam down the line, like we had the Juris conference. And I hope and pray that I'll be able to invite all of you there, and you'll be able to spare time and join us at a larger level, because I think whatever we need to do for the country, I think we have to do. Gone are the days when we blame everybody else. Gone are the days when we can. Bhagwan's biggest mandate was never criticize anybody else. Do what you have to do first. Improve yourself. Master yourself. Do your duty. The rest automatically, everything will go right, was the mandate of Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. And today's short seminar basically is aiming at that situation, to understand and help others understand that the first duty begins with us. The first duty begins with what we are and who we are. And if we can change ourselves, the first duty is to transform ourselves. And if we can do that, the rest is history and always a success. The blessings of Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba are always there. Bhagwan used to always say, you have a post today, tomorrow the post goes, nobody will salute you. You have money today, tomorrow the money goes, nobody. In fact, he used to tell me, money is like a shoe. If your size is 6, you can only wear the size 6 shoe. If you wear 7, you will fall. If you have 5, you will pain you. Only money can give you happiness, like the shoe size, if the shoe size is comfortable. Anything extra has to be used for society. Anything less has to be earned with great integrity and character. And that's how Baba wanted the whole world to change. But the strategy of peace was very simple, that you have to change yourself. And for man to be one throughout the length and breadth of country, Bhagwan used to always say, there's only one language, the language of the heart. There is one caste, the caste of humanity. And there's only one religion, the religion of love. Let's pray to Bhagwan, debate about this, create more ripples of this conversation and this debate in our circles in different places, and probably we've done our duty to our nation. Jai Hind and God bless. Sai Ram. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pandya, for setting the tone for the deliberations to follow. I now have the honor and privilege to invite the Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Dinesh Jain, to deliver the special address to this esteemed audience.
My esteemed colleague, Mr. Subramaniam, Mr. Padsalgikar, I see a lot of familiar faces here from my service. My seniors, Dr. Goel is here, for whom I have a lot of regard and respect. Mr. Goel and Mr. Shamlal Goel is also here, the Additional Chief Secretary. A lot of familiar faces from the central and state government. All the distinguished people on the dais, Mr. Nimish Pandya, whom I have known in connection with some other work as well. And Mr. Saxena. Well, brothers and sisters, I'm really very happy to be here on this occasion. The symposium, the title of the symposium was actually so relevant to me. It is so relevant to me. Therefore, I decided that I must spend some time here with you all, and I must explain the reason for it a little later. First, I'm happy to see the kind of social service and the work in the health sector, in the education sector that this organization is doing. And I'd only heard about it, read about it in newspapers and seen some videos on YouTubes, etc. But today was the first occasion when I could come here and actually see the kind of work that this organization is doing, and so meaningful, so relevant, and so necessary for a country like ours. Now, I really don't understand the term spirituality, therefore I would not like to say anything on that. But what I would like to share with you is that during these last 35 years of my service with the government, what I have noticed is that all traditional classical models of leadership management have not yielded the result that we ought to have achieved with this kind of resources that the government is committing for upliftment of the poor, for addressing problems relating to poverty, to health, education, etc. So definitely there is something amiss. I mean, is it the case that the models of management and leadership models that we have all been taught in schools and colleges, in management schools and so on, are they not relevant to us? Is it that something we should look for something else? And has somebody worked on it? I think the time has come now that we really dwell on these issues and find out whether there is anything that can address the organizational challenges that people in the administration face. And I would just name a few of them. It's not only the poor performance of many of us actually, and I must admit that point here. It's the gradual decline in the ethical values and also a kind of a low morale that has set into the administration for various reasons. Now, today, I mean, I recall when we entered into the service, we primarily came with the objective of being able to do something for the society. And I must frankly tell you here that many of us had good options of joining the corporate world and all that, but we had those idealistic objectives in mind, and therefore we joined the service. But over a period of time, we realized that there were some problems, there were some bottlenecks, and we were not able to deliver the kind of enthusiasm and all that we had initially when we joined the service. So the sum and substance of what I'm trying to say is that the classical models have not yielded the results, the desired results. There is something amiss, and are we embarking on a journey on discovering that new thing? And I'm sure you already have a lot of work, you already done a lot of work on it, and perhaps that's the reason that you are holding this symposium today. And I'm sure that there will be good deliberations. I have actually not come to give any special address and all. I'm myself looking for solutions, therefore I would have preferred to sit on that side rather than this side. But I'm happy to be here. And I may also add here that very lately in the government as well, there is this thinking that there is that missing gap which needs to be addressed, and therefore Government of India now regularly sponsors programs, and I have attended some of them, regularly sends officers on such training programs. Two of them which come to my mind. One, of course, is the inner engineering program that Sadhguru conducts in Coimbatore. I mean, I have been fortunate to attend that. And also the Art of Living program of Shri Ravi. So there is, of course, definitely a rethinking on all these subjects. And I must add here is that I initially went to attend these programs because I found that those who had attended them, their performance had improved dramatically. And I have also noticed that those who have done the programs are turning into better individuals and are able to do their jobs more seriously and in a much better manner. So I would like to now I end here. I don't really want to say too much, but frankly, I must admit that I don't understand these. Mr. Rajiv Jaitley, when we were traveling, he was explaining to me this concept of connect and all that. So it's really, I mean, I don't think one can understand these so easily. And also, one can, I mean, see, I must admit that I have a handicap in the sense that, and all those who thinks rationally have this handicap because they want to analyze everything rationally and miss out on something important. I understood this after I did my program in engineering was that you don't have to rationalize everything because if you go on doing it, then you miss out on the experiencing part of it. So now I've understood that experiencing is more important rather than rationalizing everything. So with these little words, I would like to close my this thing here. I look forward to the deliberations today and I want to hear some of you. And I'm very keen to see that we are able to take this forward. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now have the honor of inviting the Director General of Police for the state of Maharashtra, Shri Datta Padsalgikar, to share his thoughts through his special address on the topic.
Dignitaries on the dais, Shri Jain, Chief Secretary Andhra, Shri Pandya, Shri Sawant, Shri Saxena, my retired esteemed colleagues, Shri Dora, Shri Reddy, other senior retired officers who are present, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely grateful to the Shri Sai Satya Seva organizations to have called me here, to have participated in this beautiful day today's programs. Really impressed by the interfaith prayer that you had. Good to have everybody on board, and all of you are doing such a great, excellent work in the field of education, health, sanitation, and all. Inaugurating the van also, with large number of more than 54 such vans are being deployed in the state of Maharashtra. You have good medical care that is being taken care of in remote areas where even when access to medical facilities is so important. So I really appreciate the work that the Seva organizations have been done. And I'm sure you said this is formed in 1968. There's a long way to go because you're already far ahead. So really appreciate you calling me and being sort of participating in today's discussions. Very frankly, Mr. Jain has set the tone in the beginning of mentioning certain things about the administrative or the bureaucratic services that are there today, a general decline that has come in, and as the topic of today is spirituality in administration and bureaucracy, very frankly, I am incompetent to talk on the subject because I don't know whether I'm a spiritual person. I don't know how it is defined, what it comes about, how to go about it. And I was in a state of mind not knowing what to say today. There have been a lot of discussions about spirituality, how to attain it, what it is, whether it is related to religion, whether it is related to godliness, whether the agnostics and atheists also are spiritual, etc., etc. I don't want to go into those details because, very frankly, I don't know what it is. But before coming here, yesterday, or when the invitation came, I did speak to some senior retired officers. One of them was of a view that spirituality and bureaucracy, it's a contradiction in terms. The other person said, we are already spiritual because we have done so much of tyag, as mentioned by Shri Jain, by not going into another field and having a materialistic way of life, and we have entered the service of various services. So the aspect of tyag is already done. So with these two, contradictory point of views, I didn't know what spirituality means in administration or in bureaucracy. I would not like to define anything, but I would like to just mention before why the first person said it's a contradiction in terms, because administration or bureaucracy means an entitlement. Entitlement by being in the virtue of being in a service or at a particular rank or a particular status, etc., etc. I remember a small instance when I went on deputation to Government of India in 89. And as the usual thing is that after joining, the monthly indent was sent for papers, files, tags, etc., carbon papers. That time we used to work with a lot of carbon papers. So one of the things I wrote was jotter refills. I got all the other things, but on the jotter refill area, it was stamped not entitled. So I didn't understand what it was. Because I said on my desk there is a pen stand which has 2 jotter refills in it. They said for your rank, which is equivalent to a deputy secretary, you are not entitled to jotter refills. So I am telling this just that people get an idea how bureaucracy is about entitlements. One of the views, I'm not saying it is, but people do think accordingly. Because what goes with your grade, what goes with your pay, your entitlement of house, etc., comes in. But I'm not criticizing it, I'm just putting it across so that people understand what it is. In fact, there was an old cartoon where a bureaucrat is explaining to his young son, when he says that, yes, young man, all men are born equal, but there are pay grades and pay scales. So keeping that in mind, I thought I will just tell you that it's not that I wouldn't know what it means, but just 1 or 2 examples I would just narrate to tell you how people have attained it by their work. I remember I was posted as a superintendent of police in a district in Marathwada, which was the old Nizam state. One of the first few days that I joined, this was in 87, there was a large group of elderly ladies, in fact, almost all must have been beyond their 60s and 70s, coming to me, asking me for a family pension. I said, what happened? Or what was the background? I was told that their husbands, who were policemen, had died in the Hyderabad action during the Razakar movement, etc., etc. And since there was no record after the state of Maharashtra was formed or after the state reorganization, to say that they had all died in action, there was no record to show that they were part of the police force. There were some records, some were not there. So about 350 odd women ladies did not get family pension. At that time it was 500, and I think just the 6th pay commission, the 4th or 5th pay commission had raised it to 1200. So you can imagine, for 500 rupees, the ladies came to me and were begging virtually, saying, I said, but what has happened? They showed me everything has been tried, but since there is no record, nothing can be done. I said, who sanctions it? It is sanctioned by the AG. So it so happened that one person, 1 or 2 years senior to me, had joined the Audit and Account Service. I requested that person. The file was examined, but they said, look, there is no evidence of proof. I said, it lies with whom? So they said, at that point it was, I think, not equivalent of the principal AG. It so happened that I had come and went and discussed the case. They examined everything and they said, look, if there is no evidence to prove that their husbands were actually policemen, died on duty otherwise, how can we sanction them family pension? So I said, what if we have some sort of collateral evidence? They said, okay, we'll treat it as a special case and consider it. It is within my powers, I'll do it. That's what the principal AG said. So I came back, started looking for person. 2 very, very senior, elderly who retired at head constables were found, who were aware that these people, or we went beyond and said they were aware. So for about 300-400, we had their statements recorded to say that so and so worked with me, we did so and such thing, sent all of that. Of course, there was it went to and fro, but finally their family pensions were sanctioned. So the ladies were very thrilled. They all came and thanked everything. So next time when I went, I met the principal AG and told him, look, thanks to your intervention and taking a view which could help us to address the real need of these widows, war widows, police widows, that they could get their family pensions. He was moved. And he said, look, I didn't know that the magnitude of this was such. And then he said, this is my spiritual moment. Yes. So I thought I'll narrate this. Person who was not aware of who these ladies were, but thanks to his intervention or his powers, he did something which helped them, and then he realized that it was a spiritual moment. Another small incident that I would like to rather, I mean, I don't want to take up your time, but I thought since administration and bureaucracy is probably not known by everyone, we have a lot of people who are practicing various sorts of, I would say, adhyatma or other issues. They speak, they talk. There are a good number of them. Good number of them have achieved very many good positions in terms of doing public service in that matter. But I had one such elderly colleague in the place where I worked who used to go very frequently to very many religious places. He was very religious. So I asked him one day, I mean, you go all over the places, I'm sure. He said, no, sir, I just go because I like to travel. I am a religious person, all right, but I like to travel and I visit religious places. In fact, the day the helicopter service was approved by Government of India in LTC from Katara to Vaishnav Devi, he came thrilled and he showed me, I have got, that sort of a person. But I did realize that unfortunately we had 1 or 2 deaths in the office, so I went for the funeral. I saw him who was the most active person. He said right from the time whatever is required, the religious rituals, etc., at home, at the funeral place, at the crematorium or whatever, he was the active person. At 2 or 3 places I saw him and I was taken aback. So I asked him, what is it? I know, generally when there's a death in the family, everybody is in a different mood. People can't even think at times, the near and dear ones. So that's what he told me. So they are always in a state of flux. I take the lead, I do it, and I have been doing it for last more than 20 years. And again he said, that is my spiritual moment. So I thought I'll share these 2 instances with you. There's a lot for the bureaucrats to do, a lot for the administration to do. They do their work, they do public service, it's a big thing. I would say they do a lot of service to mankind, to people, to citizens. So public service is the basic thing that all the people in administration can do. Give justice, whatever is possible in their own way, to the public at large. I think that will go a long way for all of the administrators to become spiritual. So I would just end by saying that in your brochure there was a pen, there's a message on the pen which says, duty is God, and on the other side it says, work is worship. I think these are very simple messages for all the administrators and all the people in bureaucracy. Again, thank the Seva organizations to have invited me here and to speak to all of you. Whatever came to my mind, I spoke. I am not an authority on the subject, but thank you for kindly bearing with me. All the best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Both the speakers have given a very different dimension for the deliberations today. And connecting what Sir just said, Swami has always said, hands that help are holier than lips that pray. And what beautiful examples to see here today. I'd like to request Shri L.V. Subramaniam to say a few words.
My pranams to Bhagavan Baba, whose blessings have taken me to different heights in life. My esteemed colleague, Shri D.K. Jain, Shri Datta Padsalgikar, and Shri Nimish Pandya ji, who has been very, very affectionate in calling me up and insisting that I must make my presence today. I have Shri Dora in the audience, who has been another well-wisher of mine in the service. He knew me, in fact, much before that, in my school days, perhaps, or college days. He was a student of Andhra University, where my father was a teacher. And brothers and sisters, I would only like to highlight just one aspect, maybe that we can elaborate later. This is about the transformation that is required to happen. When we look at this topic of spirituality in civil service, I would like to highlight the need for transformation. So why should people look at spirituality? As somebody said, bureaucrats need not be spiritual in outlook. Or sometimes there is a mistaken notion that if one is talking about spirituality, one is talking about wearing ochre robes, renouncing everything. So we take usually this kind of posturing because we always believe in our country in always stretching anything to its extreme. Very rarely do we have opportunities to moderate our thoughts and say that little of everything is very important in life. We take Bhagavan's life, his actions, his teachings. He has never bored us with his philosophy, he never bored us with his thoughts. He has always brought humor, he has always enabled us to rise above whatever is the immediate difficulty we are facing. He has always allowed us to look at the distant future and imagine that we can reach there. That is how he very silently nurtured in us this dream to reform and to grow. So when we all join civil service, I can imagine Jain and me have put in already 35 years and we are in the last lap actually. Before it's too long, we both are going to hang up our boots. So we look back 35 years and see where we all started, how we came there, what expectations. I'm sure he'll agree with me that even when we were getting into the campus at Mussoorie, all of us, we didn't know what we are going to get. You see, we wrote some exam and I always say it is relative non-performance which helps you to get selected. It is not your performance, it is actually non-performance of others which helps you to get selected. So the guys who got selected also are equally surprised as well as those who have not succeeded. So everybody has this curiosity to understand what actually has helped us to go in to those gates of LBS Academy. So you go into that academy, it's completely a world of unknown kind of challenges. People keep coming, lecturing, there are people who come and talk about constitution, people talk about history, various things people are coming and dumping you and you are absorbing, and at the end of the day they sort of caution you, saying you have to still take an exam and pass. And now they're making it even more miserable. I pity the juniors who are joining. They're saying their service also can get altered after you have joined. It's a reform which is going to be extremely negative, and I'm sure people are going to be upset about it. So once you join there, you really don't know what is going to confront you, because you think everything is going to be hunky-dory and people are going to eulogize you every day. You finish your service training and then you come and join the state, then the real tamasha starts. Every day you are confronted with people who want something which they are not entitled to, and people who are entitled are silent, staying somewhere. You have to go in search of them. So that's where the real test starts. Are you there to serve the needy? Are you there to serve with a clear conscience? Are you there to serve those who can reach you? That is where the question confronts each one of us. What is easy to handle? What is easy to pick up? Or what is more difficult? Should we do that? So that's where I think the inner conscience is something that is very much visible in action, because those of us who thought whatever is lying near us are the playthings which we must pick up, we have fallen on the wayside. Those of us who thought we must go to that corner and serve the needy are still relevant in the system. So not before long, people by word of mouth, they have classified individuals. So even before you have gone and joined any particular station, people have some expectations for you. People are already talking about you. Now, this is how an individual who is transformed, who can connect to his inner conscience, who knows exactly what are the cravings of the inner self, it is he or she who actually can travel that far. The others who are very, very content, in those days, of course, we didn't have these air-conditioned cars, but those who are content with those vehicles and people running around you, they didn't travel beyond that. So it's always, as Swami used to very, very nicely tell us, he used to quote Adi Shankaracharya in telling us about Jantunam Narajanma Durlabham. He used to always quote this. It's always believed that a human life is an evolution of thousands and thousands of births. It's not as if we all got transformed, and though science believes that, there's no Big Bang here. There's a growth. We have evolved, we have grown. Now there is also an evolution again in this birth, in every stage, in every day. In fact, every day you reflect on whatever that is going on. I always find that there is a kind of a subtle thought which emanates, which tells you, maybe this is the message that you must take. I'm not being very personal when I say this, that today's morning flight I missed from Hyderabad. I was reflecting on that. I also got some message out of that, because when Mr. Pandya called me and said, you must come and all that, and he said, no, sir, we'll make, because I was on leave. I'm not on duty now. I'm on some other work, trying to get my daughter married, so I was on leave in Hyderabad. So he said, no, sir, you must come and spend some time. So one of them said, we'll buy the tickets for you and you must come. I fell for that offer. So the lesson was, I had to buy my ticket today and come. So, because I was also thinking that, look, I've been a beneficiary of the system there. I grew up there. I spent 5 long years, and I had the unfortunate experience of staying with Swami the last leg of his journey as a representative of government of Andhra Pradesh. So I said, I must make my own arrangements and go there. But I was tempted and fell for it, and lo and behold, today the Indigo fellows closed 20 minutes before the gates. I had the boarding pass, and then I didn't argue or I didn't fight with them. I just sat in the chair and I said, okay, this is how you are taught a lesson. I always feel the civil servants have this opportunity to see variety of incidents around them. Let us all develop this faculty of reflecting on everything that happens, why it is happening. Don't analyze, as my friend said, never look into that rational expression of everything that happens. We may not be able to explain everything in this creation. Some of them you cannot understand. In fact, Swami used to always tell us, never get into this habit of judging anybody. Never do it, he used to say. Because he used to say that if you're trying to question somebody or trying to understand somebody, you can do that if you know about yourself. Now, we have not known about ourselves at all. Those things which were held very pretty, which are very close to our heart when we joined the service, today they're no longer attracting our attention. Same thing can happen after a couple of years when we retire. So there is an evolution, there's a change, there's a movement. Now, which way we allow this movement to go, how do we reflect on everyday's occurrences, that is where I think the society will look at us as somebody who is worth the salt. If he was selected in the civil service, then the society will say, it was good, the UPSC did a good job, and this guy's parents did a good job, and if he has learned something from Baba, then Swami has not wasted his time in nurturing this fellow. So I think each one of us, those of us who are here, I'm only trying to address myself as being part of you, that we must develop this faculty of looking at every incident, because there's a huge mosaic, there's a huge software which is operating. Why we go to a place, why we do a thing, why we talk to somebody, and why that experience has been bestowed on us. For everything, I believe, there is some rationale. Let's not waste time in understanding why it happened. Let's enjoy the fun of that experience and move forward. Learn something so that today we are different from what we were yesterday. And that's how we evolve, and that's when I think, as messengers of truth, we may not like to call yourself as devotee of somebody or follower of somebody. It doesn't matter at all. Good wine needs no bush, so they don't really care. Whether you say I'm Swami's devotee or not, it doesn't matter at all. But have you learned anything from him? Have you followed something from what he said? And are you a test case of a product which has been handled by his deft hands? If you are not a product worth that kind of a branding, then let's strive forward and move forward. In this game, there is no rejection. In this game, there is no defective piece. Everything has a purpose. Everyone has to move forward. Everybody has to evolve. There's no chance at all that any one of us can say, I'm resigning, I'm getting out of this game. No, you cannot. You have to move forward. You have to evolve. You have to reach the goal. So the earlier we start our journey, I think the better it is. So whether you're a civil servant, you're a doctor, you're an advocate, or a police officer, whatever you are, we have to evolve. Evolve in a sense that we understand what is giving us true joy. I used to hear always somebody saying that your health is under your control or your mind is under your control if in the night you go and sleep on the bed, within 5 minutes you're able to sleep. That's a sign of your health. That's a sign of your mental health. If you're rolling there, you're struggling there, you're playing Kishore Kumar songs to sleep, or you want something else to sleep, then there's something somewhere which is not in rhythm with your thinking, which ought to be altered. So spirituality is not anything reading all the cantos in Bhagavad Gita or by hearting the shlokas in some Brahma Sutras. All that is required. We have to understand what is there. Just because we say we are rational-minded Indians, we throw away all this. That's the kind of unfortunate thing which our educational institutions have prompted us to doing. We have at one go rejected all this huge literature which we have produced and guided the whole world, saying that we are going to be very, very rational. Now, this is the unfortunate thing, that we rejected bulk of it. People who picked up that literature, they have progressed. And we, because we understood secularism in that kind of a quixotic manner, we have not understood anything from that, and we produced graduates who are today becoming dacoits in the society. As a collector of Mahbubnagar district, I remember, and when we saw there were thefts going on, there were waylay robberies going on, and when the SP came and told me that he found some polytechnic students involved in that, I was shocked. So that is of course long back, 20 years ago. So I'm only trying to tell you that, as Swami said, education must give character. Now, we must constantly question ourselves whether that character building has happened in us or not. And if we don't have that character, and we are handling the public money, we are handling public office, the public resources at our disposal, then how dangerous can that situation be? So I congratulate the Maharashtra Satsai organizations for getting the people together here to reflect on this. What is the relevance of spirituality in the civil servant's life and thinking, and organizing a small get-together here to make us speak, to make us understand, so that people who are speaking as well as people who are hearing, we are all ruminating on these thoughts and seeing how we can acquire that particular kind of where we change our thinking, we start reflecting on everyday situations, learn something and move forward. If you don't move forward, there's no progress in life. You cannot stay there for too long. It is like the rush in the local MMTS trains. You don't want to get in, you can stand there, somebody will push you in. So life is also like that. There's no place where you can halt and harbor and say, I'll stay on here and watch. People are going to push you forward. So it's better that we move forward consciously, and when we are moving forward, pick up teachings of Bhagavan, teachings of so many seers, sages, gurus, that this country has so fortunately been blessed with. We have thousands and thousands of such gurus and teachers. Pick up any guru, pick up any teaching. It can be a lifelong obsession to read and learn and practice. I'm sure we'll make difference. That is how I think we are all here. We want to make difference. We don't want to be like what we were yesterday. And with the blessings of Bhagavan and with the good wishes of all seniors who are here, I'm sure some of us who are still in service, we have to progress, we have to make a mark, and that's how we can call ourselves as the blessed children of this country. I thank for giving me this chance, and I am sure today's deliberations will be very interesting. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent address, which has brought out another dimension to the deliberations today. It is indeed quite a task to bring to life high ideals in a profession as complex as law enforcement and civil services. I would now like to request Nimish Pandya to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Shri Dinesh Jain. I now request Shri Ramesh Sawant to felicitate Shri L.V. Subramaniam. And I now request Shri Anup Saxena to felicitate Shri Datta Padsalgikar. I request all our esteemed guests on the dais to kindly take your seats, as we shall now have a short video presentation on the message and works of Sri Sathya Sai Baba and the Sri Sathya Sai Seva organization. I'm also happy to inform you that today's deliberations are being watched live worldwide on our website, Facebook, and Twitter platforms.
What is the purpose of life?
What is the purpose of life?
You question వేసుకో.
Put a question yourself.
తినటమా?
Is it eating?
నిద్రించటమా?
Is sleeping?
లేక ఇంకేమైనా ఆనందంగా అనుభవించటమా?
Or is anything mere enjoyment?
త్రాగటమా?
Drinking?
Not this.
Not this.
खाना पीना सोना मरना. तेना
So drinking and eating and ultimately dying.
కట్టెబడి చావటమేనా మన యొక్క ఏం?
Is it our aim to die ultimately?
Purpose of life అంటే తనను తాను తెలుసుకోవటం, అది purpose of life.
The purpose of life is to know one's own self.
ఇంకా సేవ చేయాలి. ఆ బీదల సేవనే మిమ్మల్ని సంరక్షించేది. రామసేవ అనగా బీదల సేవనే రామసేవ. కనుకనే బీదల సేవ చేయండి. ఈ బీదల నిమిత్తమై మీ ప్రాణాన్ని అంకితం చేయండి. నాకు వేరే ఆశనే లేదు. నాకు ఈ బీదల సేవనే ప్రధానమైన లక్ష్యం.
Post Satya Sai Baba, when he is no longer in this world, the service that he had started, that is lasting, that is continuing. In fact, just a week back I was in that district, and many told me that neither the educational institutions, nor the hospital, nor any other facilities that had been created, they have ceased to function. They are continuing with the same vigor. If anything, probably they are getting accentuated. Maybe in future we'll come to see many more such service projects.
I've got the opportunity of having a lot of friends who are in the Satya Sai Youth Service, and it's amazing that every Sunday, in spite of their busy schedule during the week, they spend the entire Sunday to going to various districts or the villages of the society and actually helping the needy. You know, whether they go and teach or whether they go and provide medical facility or medical attention to the needy in areas where the government gave up that they cannot provide water. You know, I think phenomenal work, and I think not only it's not about the money being spent by the Satya Sai organization, but it is the entire volunteers, people who actually believe in what Baba is saying, and they spending their important time, valuable time, to going into the nook and corner of our country. There's so much of service which is being rendered to the society, and I think it's just a marvelous thing where they're actually living the message of Swami.
What was amazing for me in terms of the transformation many years back was that I got transformed by Swami's devotees. I saw them do selfless love, and I met amazing people, some amazing people who I have never worked in or interacted in the past, because fortunately working in corporate roles with large organizations in the US, I interact with senior people, I interact with CEOs, but I have never met people like this. I have never met people who didn't care about what they were doing, but they were doing it. They were doing it out of love. And I was like, where are these people coming from? And it all pointed to Swami. It was him. And I think, like Swami said in many of his interviews and messages, I think you carry my message. You are the messengers of my message. And I think those messengers changed me.
Bhagwan said something which is very relevant for all of us today. And he said, your life is my message. So if I have faith in Bhagwan, then my conduct will actually decide how people will perceive about Sri Satya Sai Baba. So I have a message for all my friends, all my youth, all my colleagues, that it's our conduct and it's our dealing in the society that is going to make the impact. And I think Baba, when he said that my mission is not over and you are going to take this mission forward, that's what exactly he meant. The job is not done. Bhagwan said, you guys are going to take it forward. So I think the responsibility is more on me, because now I have to look within and ask Swami whether I am doing the right thing or not. But this is the way to go forward.
For really 10 years I was struggling, to call for some doctors to come and see them because they're disabled. And to transport them from Dogmala to Vasco, I had to pay a bomb, and I really would pray to the Lord to send somebody. God really sent angels from Sai Group, and they've been coming every 15 days and supplying with all the medicines that I required. And more than the medical help, most important is the interaction, the love that they show all the inmates. here hardly anybody comes. There may be like people come and they just give something and just go. They don't even enter here. And but thank you so much, so very much for the medical help and the interaction that you interact with the inmates, because it brings so much of joy in their lives. So much I cannot do, because my work is 24 hours doing this, that, then I have to discipline them, I have to be, and it's not only for them, even I look forward for them coming, so that maybe sometimes I share my problems where I cannot share with anybody else with them. And thank you so much and God bless.
उत्तम से उत्तम आरोग्य की सेवाएं कैसे मिले। कोई भी व्यक्ति दुखी हो, पीड़ित हो, लेकिन शारीरिक व्याधि के लिए पैसों के कारण अगर परेशान है तो बाबा उसकी उंगली पकड़ते थे, उसे बचा लेते थे। और यही बातों की एक पूरी श्रृंखला है। और मैं आज बड़े गर्व से कहता हूं कि बाबा का शरीर तो हमारे के बीच नहीं रहा, लेकिन बाबा का संदेश उतनी ही ताकत से आज भी समाज के सामान्य से सामान्य व्यक्ति को प्रेरित करता है, प्रभावित करता है। हिंदुस्तान के अंदर अनेक शहर, गांव, पिछड़ी गरीब बस्तियां हैं जहां बाबा की प्रेरणा से कोई न कोई शिक्षा के, संस्कार के, सेवा के, आरोग्य के प्रकल्प चल रहे हैं। हमारे गुजरात में भी दूर सुदूर जंगलों में आदिवासियों के लिए, शहर में झुग्गी झोपड़ी में रहने वाले गरीब बच्चों के लिए सेवा, संस्कार के, आरोग्य के कई प्रकल्प उन सेवावर्ती सेवकों के द्वारा चल रहे हैं। बाबा ने सेवादल की व्यवस्था खड़ी की थी। आज भी उसी भक्ति से लोग जुटे हैं, समय दे रहे हैं, अपने जीवन को खपा रहे हैं। और ये व्यक्तिगत उत्थान के लिए नहीं है, एक मां की तरह वात्सल्य, अपार स्नेह, इसका अनुभव करने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला है। बाबा को भविष्य सेवा कार्यों से जानेगा, मानव कल्याण के लिए उन्होंने जो जीवन खपाया उसको जानेगा।
I hope the video, despite its brevity, was able to give you a good perspective of the work we have been doing over many decades. Poem by Saint Mother Teresa that I'd like to share with you. People are often unreasonable, illogical, and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you are kind, people accuse you of selfish, ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some false friends and some true enemies. Succeed anyway. If you are honest and frank, people may cheat you. Be honest and frank anyway. What you spend years building, someone could easily destroy overnight. Build anyway. If you find serenity and happiness, they may be jealous. But be happy anyway. The good you do today, people will often forget tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have, and it may never be enough. Give the world the best you have anyway. In the final analysis, it is between you and God. It was never between you and them anyway. We now come to a very engaging and interactive session in today's symposium on the topic self-inquiry, the art of what is possible. This session will be conducted by Shri Gopal Rao. Gopal Rao is a senior program leader of Landmark Worldwide and heads Landmark's operations in India. With 30 years of expertise in leading programs to groups and individuals, and having conducted courses to nearly 2 lakh people across the globe. Landmark India has grown over 1,000 to 50% in the last 13 years under his leadership. He has special expertise working with large groups to achieve highly effective and breakthrough results for individuals in areas critical to their quality of life: productivity, confidence, communication, handling difficult challenges, and most critically in the area of relationships. Prior to joining Landmark, Sri Gopal held the position of Group Product Manager in Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals. After graduating in pharmacy from Mumbai University, he completed the MBA postgraduate course from the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Puttaparthi. Most of all, Mr. Gopal's family has been ardent followers of Swami way back since 1956. Sri Gopal Rao.
I'm not much of a hockey fan, but lately I've been watching the World Hockey tournament which is happening in Bhubaneswar. And if you have been ever following hockey, you'll notice the game of hockey has become really fast now. They're now broken it down into 4 quarters and it's become really fast. So it's very exciting to watch. But the point I wanted to make was they take a break after every quarter, I think a 15-minute quarter. And they get about a couple of minutes. Some people use that couple of minutes to recover their stamina, but most of the time those 2 minutes is spent talking to the coach. And those 2 minutes is very critical because there is no time to take notes. Whatever the coach says for those 2 minutes has to transform the game the moment they go back into the game. There is no time to reflect on it. There is no time to read any notes. The moment you're back on the court, your game has to be different. So I'm faced with a situation something like that. Normally I get 3 days time to lead any transformational course, and today I have just 45 minutes. And like I told you my background, I am an expert in high performance coaching. But normally I have people who are there for 3 days and they have something at stake because we have taken money from them. This audience, this course, this session has been thrust on you. So that's a real handicap. But the advantage I have is I know whom I'm talking to. In my view, you are the people who make this country run. The complexities of this country is unimaginable. I mean, maybe you cannot compare the complexities of this nation. Just look at the languages. So many languages, and it's not like if I now switch to Hindi, it's just a switch to a different language. But this country, each language represents a whole word behind that. Nimish Bhai is a lawyer. If I speak legalese, legal terminology, I'm not a lawyer. I have to have a whole grasp of that whole world of the legal world. Similarly, move from Hindi to Marathi to Bengali to Telugu to Kannada to Malayalam, there's a whole world. Forget about even religion or economic divide. And you are the people who make this country run. And none of you get to be in the limelight except when the bad things happen. So I know whom I'm talking to. I'm talking to big people and leaders who are committed to something really big. I know, sir, you said when we joined civil services, we had some kind of idealistic views about why we joined civil services. But that's not important for me. What's important is you're still here. It says a lot to me about who you are. So we have a very short span today of about 40-45 minutes. And my commitment is to leave you with some empowerment. But I'm very clear. If you were to fulfill on what really matters for you, which is this country, the citizens of this country, you will not get it done just through your being a leader, which is like an entitlement or a post or a position that you've got. This task of transforming our nation or empowering our nation has to happen with thousands and thousands of leaders. And most of them will never get a position or some entitlement or a post. So in these 40 minutes, I intend to leave you with some opening, something to speculate on. In the world of philosophy, wonderment is a very, very important part of learning philosophy. I know some of you, my elders, use the word reflecting, speculation. So I want to leave you with a wonder, a wondering, a speculation, an examining, an inquiry. That if this 40 minutes left you with some kind of inquiry, that on Monday when you go back to work, or even this evening when you go back to your families, you begin to see the world differently, then these 40 minutes would have been worth its time that we spent together. Okay? Now I know you are all in the civil services, you are used to drafting rules, but here I am going to make some rules for you. Okay? And the rules of this session is, first rule is, which is a form of agreements. I request you to make some agreements. One agreement I want from all of you is the agreement called participate. And the way to participate is engage, inquire, speculate, look at, examine, apply, challenge yourself, and if required, wherever you want to speak up, speak up. And I only request everybody don't speak up at the same time, because like in Parliament you see, everybody talks, nobody listens. So if you want to say something, just raise your hand, I call on you, and so that everybody has the advantage of listening to what you have to contribute. So we'll follow that rule. And the third rule I'm requesting is, you listen to me like a coach. Now what does that mean? Normally, human beings tend to listen from agreeing or disagreeing. We tend to listen from agreeing or disagreeing with what fits with our beliefs, and what doesn't fit our beliefs, we tend to disagree. Or we like some things, or we dislike some things. That's normal way human beings, you and I listen normally. Today I'm going to ask you to suspend all that. And it's good that this rationalization stuff came. I'm going to request, just keep aside your reasoning for some time and try out what I'm saying as a possibility. Like if I were to give you a jacket, you go to a shop to buy a blazer or a jacket, what do? You would have obviously gone to the shop and tried it out and seen if it fits and you're comfortable and if it works. And if it works, you keep it. If it doesn't, you put that aside. So I'm going to request all of you to try out what I'm saying for the next 45 minutes, and if it works, keep it with you. If it doesn't work, just leave it. Don't worry about it. Okay? It is far more powerful to listen from there as compared to liking and disliking, agreeing or disagreeing. So that's some of the rules I'm requesting all of you. So if you agree to these 3 simple rules, just nod your head or just put your hand up, just to make sure nobody falls asleep. Okay. Alright. So I said my commitment in this session is that there is some wind under your wings, inside your vision, your commitment in the civil services to contribute to society, to make a difference, to have your life matter. So we're going to examine a couple of spaces, I call it, or you would say approaches in life, which will be a bit different from what we are normally used to. So I'm going to start with a demonstration, and for this demonstration, a demo, I need a volunteer. And the volunteer, I'll tell you what kind of volunteer I want. I want a volunteer who is not very good in catching the ball. Somebody who's not accustomed to catching the ball, who's not good in catching the ball. Anybody, any volunteer? If you don't raise your hand to volunteer, I'll find a volunteer. Sir, you're volunteering? I thought you said yes. Yeah, when we are desperate to find a volunteer, we find anyone whose hand goes up. So, stop it. Leave it here. Stand. Okay. But let's see. You're pretty good. You can take it to the cricket team. No, I need somebody still back. Unfortunately, like someone said, Masuri, how you entered is because of non-performance of others. You really need a non-performer. No comparison. Anybody, especially the ladies sometimes, somebody who's really bad at catching the ball. Alright. Thank you. Alright. Come a little forward. Alright. No. Alright, see, passes the test. No, we just started the demo. See whether we can believe it. Okay. So now we're going to do. Now I'm going to change the game. Okay. You see this tennis ball? You see the black line here? So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to throw the ball at you, but I'm going to spin the ball. And don't worry about catching the ball, that's not important. You have to guess correctly which way I'm spinning the ball. So I may spin the ball towards you, or I may spin the ball towards me. You have to watch it carefully and tell me the correct answer. Every correct answer you get 2 points. Every wrong answer you will lose 1 point. Okay? We'll have a scorekeeper. Nimish bhai, you be the score. You have to just count the score. Biased. Biased, eh? Alright, see, watch. It will be this way or it will be this way. Okay? Whatever. Which side did I spin? No, wrong. It goes towards me. See, if I spin it towards you, see my fingers. It will come like that. Okay? This is towards me. Watch. Which side? No, again, watch. Which side? No, what? Yes, go ahead. Read them from. So, minus 3. Minus 3. See, watch my finger. This way is towards me. This way is towards me. Minus 4. No, I'm going with the empire. Watch the spin. Just watch the black line. Watch carefully. Correct. 2 points. Correct. Very good. Very good. 6 points. What happened to a catching? Not improved. There's a transformation. This is how she was in the beginning. Sometimes she dropped the ball. That even our great cricketers drop. Not a problem. For great pros or rookies. But notice the confidence. Instantly, there was an alteration in her performance. I'm not saying she was successful all the time, but notice her way of being, her confidence and her catching altered instantly. So we'll see what happened here. Thank you very much. So, all of us know something called superstitions. Give me some examples of popular superstitions. Just shout out.
Black cat.
Black cat are very good. I've got a black cat in my office. I've got 5 cats. They're very good. I'm very successful because of that. Okay, yes, some people believe black cat crossing a path can be a bad omen. Something else, some other superstition.
Walking under a ladder.
Walking under a ladder. What else? Left eye blinking. Then something. Lizard falling on your soldier. Empty vessels. Acha, okay. No water inside. So all of us know, in different cultures there are different kinds of superstitions. And all of you who are well educated, some of you highly educated, you absolutely believe that you are not superstitious. Correct? If somebody calls you superstitious, you will be offended by that. I want you to consider, as human beings, not as Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, not as Maharashtrians, Teluguites, no, as fundamental as a human being, you and I are totally superstitious. At a very fundamental level. And the nature of a superstition is a superstition when it is not a superstition. And it is not a superstition when it is a superstition. Well, repeat, because most of you didn't get it. A superstition is a superstition when it is not a superstition. And a superstition is not a superstition when it is a superstition. Now, this statement is hard to understand because it is called in philosophy a self-referential statement. Kind of same nature as the word awareness. Awareness, when you are aware that you are aware. So it's not understandable, but you need to get it. So to dilute it a little bit, a superstition stops being a superstition when you know it's a superstition. And you are superstitious when you don't know it's superstitious and it is using up our life. A famous experiment that many of you know is they put fleas in a glass vessel and the fleas attempt to jump out and they keep jumping, trying to get out of the glass chamber. Then they put a glass lid on it. So what happened to the fleas? They jumped and they used to hit the head against the glass lid and fall back. Hit, fall back. Hit, fall back. Hit, fall back. Then they took out the glass lid. Guess what? The fleas just jumped 1 inch below the level of the exit and then to jump back. Because now their functioning, their actions was totally limited by a false glass lid. Similarly, you and I are very, very limited in many of the things we do, but we'll be very grossly offended if somebody tells you you're very superstitious. So one superstition I want you to examine, think about, is a superstition called is. See, what is the nature of is? Is something very solid. So look at everything you talk about in the nature of is. Life is hard. Time is limited. There's not enough money. My boss doesn't understand. You don't listen. My son is a rebel. Wife is not understanding. Boss is not granting leave. He is very mean. He is very, like Nimish Pandya said, biased. Sorry, just to example. We go around operating as if that is the reality. Now let me show you the nature of reality. Everybody tell me, what is this? Chair. Yeah, now none of you hesitate. Chair. But watch. This same thing, recently in the news, is the North Sentinel Island. If you go and drop this chair into that culture, where no modern civilization has ever been able to step onto land there, and ask those tribals, those Sentinelese people, what is this? You think their answer is going to be chair? No, probably they may think this is an altar. Maybe the head of the tribe may think, oh, this is a new headgear we have got to wear this in the day. Now for you and me, this is a chair. It is a chair. No question. I asked you, what is this? And you didn't even hesitate to say, this is a chair. But watch, it is not for somebody else. Is butter chicken tasty? I know a bad example is Saigon. Is butter chicken tasty? Yeah, some will say, of course. I have a colleague in my company, if you give him one butter chicken, his first answer will be, "Ek hi laaya." But for many of us here who are vegetarians, it may be totally repulsive. And for someone like me who's an animal lover, first thing I see a non-vegetarian dish, my mind goes into, how was this animal killed this morning? So is butter chicken tasty? now there's a little hesitation in your answer. If I ask you what is this, now tell me what is this now. Now tell me what is this. Yeah. So consider, probably one of the biggest superstitions using our life is the fixed nature of things which is not really fixed. Consider, probably life doesn't exist in is. Life exists in how it occurs. So if you stand there and look at everything in life, butter chicken occurs tasty to some people, but not for everybody. That whatever that thing is, I don't even know what to call it now. You know, my daughter, a couple of years ago, now she's studying in the US. A couple of years ago, she was in 10th, and she's saying, Dad, maths is very difficult. So I said, okay, let's do a simple exercise first. There's a problem talking to dads who are coaches. They don't listen as a dad. Because even for me, maths was very difficult. But I can't admit it to her because then she'll say, agreement ho jata. So I told her, Isha, tell me what is this? Yeah, what? There's one. I said, no. There is empire giving out. So, Dad, don't play games with me. I said, no, but tell me what is this? He says, okay, Dad, it's one finger. But you forgot the empire example. Okay, Dad, empire showing one finger and saying out. He said, no, this is Lord Buddha saying there's only one truth. So, okay, Dad, Buddha is saying one truth. He said, no, I'm pointing at the ceiling. So, okay, Dad, Buddha is pointing at the ceiling and there's only one truth and it could be an empire. All that. She said, no, I said, no, I'm pointing 3 fingers down to the floor. Then she said, okay, Dad, it's one finger you're showing and then you're giving various labels to it. I said, but who said this is a finger? So they said, okay, Dad, it is whatever you call it. I said, whatever you call it? I want to know what it are you talking about? What is the it you're talking about? Please tell me, what are you talking about? What is that it you're saying? Finger, Buddha, empire? Number one, what is that it you're referring to? She had no answer. Then I said, is maths difficult? She started laughing. 97 she scored in 10 seconds. So if you can start to see life as it's only an occurring, and the occurring is totally determined by your background, or what we call context, sandarbha. It is the context that shapes your foreground. Background shapes your foreground. And like right from the morning, Nimish has been pointing out with that example of the India map, or what Swami has been saying, most of us are busy trying to deal with content. Itna paisa hoga, itna ghar hoga, ye hoga. But the context of where you're coming from and who you are is not being worked on. Life is going to occur a certain way. So for example, unfortunately our cough has left, but I'll give you an example. So, if one of you were to walk in some familiar park in Mumbai, and a gunda jumps in front of you with a knife and says, give me your money, I'll kill you. Most of us are likely to be scared, nervous, and we'll hand over a wallet and leave. Let's say it was you, sir, okay? And you're so upset with what happened that you lost your wallet and it was embarrassing. So you said, no, I can never live with this embarrassment, so I'll do something about it. So he joins a karate class and he learns martial arts. 10 years later, he's a black belt. And he's walking after 10 years in the same park. And the same gunda jumps in front of you with a knife and says, give me your money, I'll kill you. What do you think his experience is going to be? 10 years back, he was nervous, scared. Today, he is going to say, 10 saal maine ruka hu isse. 10 years I have worked on waiting for this moment. And in the dojo, in the karate classes, you're not supposed to hit your partners, you're supposed to just... So you're waiting to test your strength. So your first thought is, iska kaunsa hadi todu? Your occurring of that situation is completely altered. The same situation is no longer the same. So your background, or where you come from, or what are you constituted by, what conversations are you given by, are shaping your experience. That's why they say, never send a man, for women I'm saying, never send your husband to buy a lipstick. He'll never get the red color you want. And I know it's funny for you all, but brain science has now shown that men's brain patterns, certain spectrums are missing. They will never see the colors that you see. There are also certain visual spectrums which are available to women, which are in the periphery, which are not there for men. That's why you'll never find some jam or butter in the fridge, no matter how much you search. And your wife will come in 1 second, she'll find it. So, much of why I'm saying this to our civil servants is because you are going to be working on your daily, day-to-day life is filled up. I know there are a lot of files to move and things to do, but fundamentally, what are you really engaged at? What's really in the background of all that you do is you are taking care of the nation. You are implementing and fulfilling what matters to people. And you will never get it done just by yourself, because there's a limitation, 24 hours, physical limitations. You need a lot of leaders. Why I'm talking about this space is, you are going to encounter a lot of people who don't occur as potential leaders. I invite you to start looking at the people that you interact with, work with. They show up a certain way for you. That is not necessarily the reality. All of us know examples in childhood. There are students who go to one professor or one teacher, say physics, and they struggle with physics with that teacher. You put them with some other tuition teacher, their performance just shoots up. What altered? The student is the same. The way the teacher presents physics to that child is very different. They fall in love with the subject that they were dreading. I love languages. I failed 4 times in Marathi in my 5th standard. My teacher brought me in front of the class and in front of everybody he kicked me on my backside. I developed a total hatred for Marathi. But in my 8th standard, I had a Sanskrit teacher, also a Maharashtrian, who also taught with a lot of Marathi in her teaching. But the way she presented Sanskrit, I just fell in love with Sanskrit, I fell in love with Marathi all over again. Now I'm crazily in love with languages. The beauty of the language and the subtleties and the nuances. Nothing altered in me. How that teacher had the subject occur. So I invite all of you to start looking at freshly, newly. Probably my son is not rebellious. My boss is not stupid. My colleagues are not mean. And my subordinate is not inefficient. Probably that's how they occur for you. Probably they occur for you inside your background. Many of you already know, sometimes my son is a very poor eater. My wife will call me up and say, you have to talk to him and he's not eating. But last 5 to 10 years, I've spent a lot of time studying nutrition and how the body functions and natural health. The moment she says he's not eating, it doesn't occur to me like he's defiant. It occurs to me as something has gone off in his system. Maybe the minerals are less, maybe the fruits are less, maybe that's why he's not energetic. It starts occurring very differently for me. It doesn't occur for me as sunta nahi hai, defiant ho gaya hai, 18 saal ka ho gaya hai. So the interactions are no longer trying to force an outcome. So the receptivity is very different. And nothing, I'm not saying that every approach will work. Sometimes they don't. But I'm left free to examine other approaches. But the point is, I don't have to give up on my son or label him a son. Another funny thing I'll tell you about, this sounds funny when I say it. About 10 years ago, I took on a game called I Don't Know Who My Wife Is. So if somebody asks me, who's your wife? I'll tell them I don't know. And they find it funny. You don't know who your wife is? No, I don't. Because everything I know about my wife, that she's hardworking, she's fantastic with the children, and she's tough on the maids, and she's very meticulous with finances, or she's harsh on these things, and she gets triggered with these things. Everything is my label. Everything is past-based. Maybe that is how she occurred to me. Who she is, even she doesn't. How the hell will I know? I don't even know who I am. So suddenly now, my wife has started to occur as a new human being. And I remember my time when I was dating her, ours is a love marriage. You know those days when you are dating somebody or in the beginning of a marriage, how things are wonderful. You speak for hours on the phone, and what do you talk on the phone? Absolute nonsensical small things. Your bangles are perfectly matching your chain, and those blouse color and sari color is so perfect. And then after half an hour, तुमने phone ही नहीं किया? अरे आधा घंटा हो गया ना? Now when you're married happily, 7 years, 10 years, your phone wife calls. हाँ जल्दी बोल अरे ये तो पता भी नहीं अभी नहीं. That's why most people say ours is a love. They don't say ours is a love marriage. They say ours was a love marriage. Husband, before you reach home, you already know what your wife is going to say. So if you are half an hour late, 10 stories are already made up in your mind. Oh, क्या हुआ boss ऐसा हुआ ये last minute आ गया. You have 10 things already. Because listening has stopped. Whoever tells you that understanding is very important in relationships, if ever you find him, on my behalf, please kill them. Because understanding is the worst disease in relationships. When you didn't know the other person, when there was so much lovely time with that person, was when you didn't understand that person, you were interested in that person. Everything they spoke was so wonderful. We have stopped caring. Not that we have stopped caring something has happened. What has happened is we have stopped being interested because they have stopped occurring as interesting to you. They are the same. They are talking the same boring stuff. आज काम वाली भाई आई नहीं, आज चाय में दूध कम हो गया. They talk the same thing. आज बेटे ने पढ़ाई नहीं किया, टीवी देख रहा था. You hear the same thing. But nowadays there is no time to listen to it. कितने बार सुनाए मालूम है आपको? What if everything you know is from the past and has no connection with the future? What if it's only occurring a certain way? There is no is to anything. So I wanted to examine. There are people, all of us have one thing for sure, 24 hours. And yet you notice some people accomplish so much work and some hardly get any work done. And if you follow cricket, Sachin Tendulkar hits that ball for the 6, but maybe a Maninder Singh gets bowled out for the same ball. What is different is how time occurs to those people or how that ball occurs to those people. And Kamala Bin so powerfully demonstrated. I shifted the occurring for her. I took her out of the game called Catch the Ball. I had her be in a place called Can You See the Spin? And it's totally possible for her to see the spin. And suddenly the game altered. So most of the time we are trying to fix people that we think for us they are stuck. They are a certain way. ये काम छोड़ है, ये काम नहीं करेगा, ये सुनता नहीं है. साहब वो already is biased. We already have made up our mind, and then we use a lot of force, or we get resigned. Only two ways here. Either use a lot of force or get resigned. Maybe there's another approach called be powerful. And the way to be powerful is to examine how it's occurring. and that occurring is totally given from your background. The same person who occurs as a difficult, challenging person in your company, you put them to a behavioral specialist, he won't occur like behavior. They'll laugh at some of the temper tantrums you throw. One of the real things I have to deal with my staff is they get sometimes upset. And they get upset by what? They get upset that their colleague was upset, which they think was totally irrational, unjustified, doesn't deserve to be. Some people trigger them so much. So they get very upset that he got upset with me. And they react to that. So either they bring up the past or they shout back or whatever. And in our homes also, your wife gets upset and you think it's irrational. Like this morning my wife, she saw some milk spilled when I made coffee for my son and her. Some milk had spilled outside the fridge. And she said, "Pura doodh gira ke दूध गया." Pura doodh gira तो अंदर कितना वो काटा नहीं होगा. पूरा तो नहीं होता. सिर्फ fridge के बाद 4 drops है. And she was upset. And for me, these things can trigger upset called, what is there to be upset about? 4 drops, दूध of. Anyhow, 5 minutes before I saw her making such a big kadai full of pasta, which my son ate only so much. So that much pasta has gone waste. And 4 दूध के लिए she is getting upset. But I had taken on that I'm going to work with my staff. And one of the distinctions we created I created for them is, it's natural for human beings to be upset. It's okay for people to be upset. And you can be okay that people are upset. So when others get upset, just like you get upset in life, it's okay for people to be upset. You don't have to be upset because they are upset. You can grant them space to be upset as normal human beings. So I had a perfect opportunity this morning only to practice what I was coaching others. My wife said, 4 दूध का, she said, पूरा दूध गिरा के गया. And then you can't clean because what you clean will never be good enough as much as she cleans. And now she can't clean because she has to clean because she was getting late to go to take my son for some exam. I had a perfect opportunity called. It's perfectly okay. Human beings get upset. She can be upset. And I don't have to lose my power or my peace of mind for something which occurs to me as totally irrational, unjustified. Which probably I suspect for my wife it is last minute to extra काम दे रहा है. I have not scheduled the time. Now it's going to delay me. So that's one space I want to create for you. The other one I remember sir saying, both of you said, when you all joined the civil services. I have a friend who is in the Niti Aayog, he's an IAS officer. So I asked him once, hey, IAS ka matlab kya? I mean, what do you all do? Very simple, Gopal. IAS means only 2 things. If a superior asks you something, you say, I agree, sir. If a junior says something, you say, I'm sorry. I, by the way, used it very, very effectively in my marriage. It works. I just, sir, sweetheart, I agree, sweetheart, or I am sorry. It works very well. So, he said how we had an idealistic view when we joined, and given the kind of complexities, many of them didn't speak, but my friend who was in the IAS, they say, they have a lot of these challenges, political influence, pressures, lack of human power, human resources power, so much pressures, so many projects to deliver, always under the public scrutiny. Media, and you know how media is, can't expect anything to be clean and fair from them, anything they can jump on. So over time, we get bogged down with all these problems. So let's look at this nature of problems. So this is the second superstition I'm going to work on. First superstition was, there is no is, there is only an occurring. The second superstition I'm going to look at is, I'm going to ask you to look at is, problems. So how many of you have problems in life? Just raise your hands. Yeah. Those who didn't raise, they're coming, don't worry. And how many of you believe that if there were no problems that you had to face, life would have been really good, it would have been really great? Many of you are lying, but you all don't raise your hand now, but I promise you, if I actually look at your life and have a camera watching you, you spend a lot of time trying to get rid of your problems, trying to look for solutions to your problems. Correct? And everyone wants to find a solution to a problem, not realizing that every solution to a problem is the next big problem. Long time ago, India, we had a problem called Hindu-Muslims couldn't stay together. So we solved the problem by dividing the country. What do we have now? Think about Pakistan. Many of you were alone, feeling very lonely. You said, let me solve this loneliness problem, and you got married. Everybody is laughing here. You know what I'm talking about. Marriage was a solution to a problem called loneliness. I should have a life partner. I should have, Akila. Yeah, like Akila. And you had a beautiful solution to a problem called what? Marriage. Guess what? And now some people have found a solution to that also. It's called divorce. Now you have a bigger problem. Now you're again lonely, plus you're paying alimony. So try out. Probably, I know India is full of IT specialists. You talk to any IT guy, first thing is problem solution. All the time they're looking for software में problem here. Everything is problem solution. So you and I live in a superstition called the moment we deal with this problem, our life will become better or more peaceful. But that comes from you and I live with problems, with a context for problems. There's a context, sandarbh, background in which we live about problems, and which is very subtle in the background, and we unconsciously say it. That's why problems becomes a difficult issue. So you and I live inside this domain. Problems for us live inside a background called shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. If I am a vegetarian animal lover, you bring a butter chicken, I don't have a problem. So I'm not going to eat it. Somebody who loves butter chicken and he loves butter chicken, he got only one. He says, "Arey, ek hi layega." The moment he said, it shouldn't be. If I'm speaking and three people stand up and walk out, I'll have a problem instantly the moment I say, they shouldn't have walked out when I'm talking. So you and I have a struggle with problems because we operate from a background context called shouldn't be. So I wanted to consider that's a superstition. It's a belief which has limited our lives. What if, I'm asking you to wonder, what if life is constituted in problems? In fact, the nature of the problems that make up your life shapes the kind of human being you are. Look at Mahatma Gandhi. He had a big problem, which is how to have India be free. Mother Teresa had a problem called how to have human beings live and die with dignity. Swami had a huge problem. So I consider all these people with Mahatma Gandhi, Mother Teresa, very selfish people, just like us only. We are selfish, they are selfish. Only difference is their notion of self is very different from our notion of self. Our notion of self is very limited to this individual identity. Mother Teresa's notion of self is the entire universe. So what if in life there are always going to be problems? In fact, a life is constituted in problems. It is made up of problems. Like this wall, this ceiling is made up of concrete and bricks. The fabric of life is problems. So then, if you can try that out, you can probably ask the question, what kind of problems can I constitute or create or take on that will have me have a big life, a fulfilling life, a challenging life? Because here's a design. The moment you take a big problem, small problems will instantly disappear. For example, some of you have a problem called, my wife doesn't listen to me. I'll make that problem disappear in a second. What I'll do is, I'll call you here, my colleague Ashish is here, he's brought out my sword, and with that sword I'll chop off your hand. I promise you, the problem called your wife is not listening will disappear. You will have a brand new problem called, what do I do with my life with one hand? The moment you take on a bigger problem, all the small problems will stop being an irritation. They will just be what's up. So I invite all of you to look at, there are people who appear or occur for you as problems. There are challenges that occur as problems. Maybe some of those problems are so big, they are worth taking on. This Satya Sai organization here I keep thinking these are the craziest people I can think of. They take on such huge problems. But notice what it has done to them. It has had them be a different kind of human being. I'm sure if Nimish didn't have this problem of running the organization and he was just another lawyer, he would have had a lot of problems. That's the regular human being. What kind of human being he would have turned out having those problems compared to having this problem? He would have not been the same human being. Maybe the kind of problems you take on shapes and determines what kind of human being you are. So rather than trying to get rid of problems or see people as problems or people's issues as problems, I invite you to take on bigger and bigger. Like this morning what happened? I have a problem. I want to have my staff be extraordinary staff and not get stopped by other people's irritations. If irritations are going to bother you, how will you transform humanity? My company's mission is causing transformation on the planet. How will you cause a new kind of human being to happen if irritations are going to stop you? And working with my staff, I saw I don't have power with them until I am an embodiment of what I'm telling them. And this morning, I had a big problem. Wife was upset, and the problem in front of me was, can I be decent, graceful, powerful, and supportive in the face of what occurs to me as totally harsh, irrational? And that completely altered my exchange with my wife this morning, the interaction I had with her this morning, my energy for this morning was completely different. So I invite all of you to look at, maybe some of us have a very small life. And by the way, if you want to see what kind of life you have, just look at what irritates you, what bothers you. Suppose there's a shop, okay, let's say there are two shops, he and I are brothers actually. He has one hotel and I have a hotel next to, restaurant next to his hotel. He has a problem because so many customers are coming all the time, he has no time to breathe. Fatafat sabko serve karne, customers ko sambhal. I, with a restaurant next to him, have no customers. Do you know what is the biggest problem for me when there are no customers? Guess what is the biggest problem? No, there's a problem. Tell me, what do you think is the biggest problem? No, the biggest problem will be watch. Oh, makki ko kaisa marne? That makki will start disturbing. Makki bache nahi. So, if your life doesn't have worthy enough problems consuming you, you will be bothered by the smallest things. कि मेरा दोस्त मेरे को बर्थडे के लिए नहीं इनवाइट किया, वो इनविटेशन कार्ड लेट आया, ये इन लोग आवाज क्यों कर रहा है? This all the small. You think Gandhi ji had a problem? Anytime was he bothered called? आज मेरा धोती तुमने साफ ठीक से इस्त्री नहीं किया? Imagine we start arguing with Kasturba Gandhi, and धोती ठीक से आया नहीं हुआ. He has no time for all that. He has a bigger problem called how to have India be free. But I promise you, if we didn't have those kind of big enough problems, small things will start bothering you. So I invite all of you to look at what could be a big enough problem worthy of your life. At the end of your life, when you look back, all of us are going to go to Chandanwadi anyway. Sure, Chandanwadi is an important place here. All the important people go there when they die. I'm sure in Hyderabad, you equivalent, I forgot the name. Panchakota. Panchakota. All the famous people go there. You and I are going to go to Chandanwadi one day. But the journey can be an extraordinary journey, or it can be a complaining, whining, crying journey. The only difference is that. A life consumed by something noteworthy and powerful and extraordinary, or it can be some ordinary, mediocre life. And that is shaped by what problems you take on. I know I might run out of time, but I'm just going to take another 2-3 minutes. All this points out to the same issue that many of our seniors spoke. Leadership. Sir said that maybe the models of management and leadership don't work. Very true. They are not working. And that's good in a way, because it keeps inspiring people to discover new ground. So, there's a model called the epistemological model, which believes that human beings are a composition of values, techniques, knowledge, skills, and we are constantly trying to work on that, trying to make it alter so that people's behavior will alter. The ontological model, which works on the being part, says that your actions are in a direct correlation to how world is occurring for you. So, Kamala, when the ball occurred differently, instantly her actions altered. So, in the ontological model, we are working on altering how life occurs. Life means situations, circumstances, other people. So, one model of leadership that is now being examined is a model which has an instant bearing on leadership. And it says the 4 critical pillars of leadership starts with people having something bigger than themselves, their lives being up to something bigger than themselves. You saw one of the quotes Swami said was, don't wait for an opportunity to serve, just go and grab the opportunities existing. So people whose lives are up to something bigger don't need a position, they don't need an entitlement. That leadership anyone can provide. You can provide, I can provide, senior civil servants can provide. Now they have leadership based on position also. But positional leadership can be very limiting sometimes. But leadership caused by dedicating your life to something bigger than your personal benefits, having something bigger, way beyond your personal self, is one of the key dimensions of leadership. Look at all the inspiring leaders, they were up to something bigger than themselves. Another critical element of leadership they are now finding is authenticity. Imagine you have a leader and you see that he is not authentic. What he presents or she presents and what they really are is not the same. It immediately drains your power. And those people then use a lot of force. Force is always negation of power. You have to use force when power doesn't work. You don't need force. You can use force. Our dog policeman is not here. He sometimes has to use force. It is essential. But you don't need to use force if you have power. So one of the things that gives leaders power is authenticity. The third element they found for leaders is taking responsibility. What does that mean? Responsibility, again, like most of you know, it's a conjunction of 2 words. Ability to respond. But where does ability to respond come from? Is a stand they take that I have a full say in this matter. Long time ago, Sardar Patel said in the Constituent Assembly that our civil servants, the freedom of India depends on the freedom of our civil servants to speak up. Now, speak up doesn't mean just talk. What it means is our civil servants being able to have a say in a matter. And you can have a say if you don't take the position called you're a victim, or you're helpless, or you can't do something. I agree, sometimes you may not know what to do. I agree, you may not be able to do something at some time. But you always have a say. Only thing you have to find out is where and how you can express yourself, but you always have a say. I request, and that is not just for our civil servants, for everybody, try this out. In every matter of your life, probably you have a say. And it's a place to stand. You know, I can stand here and say, "Main kya karega? Usne kiya mere ko. He did that to me. What can I do? I don't have the budget. Or boss has said that." So in this place where you stand and you look at life, you don't have much of a say. And that's a place you have chosen to stand. Or you can stand in a place called, I have a full say. And I can't see the way right now, but I do have a say, and right now I can't see it. It's a place you're standing. One gives you full say in the matter of your life. You don't accept the position of being a victim. In other words, you say, I am 100% cause in the matter. If I am 100% cause in the matter, what about the other person? You are granting that person zero. You are standing in a place called he or she has zero responsibility in the matter. I have. Now, does that guarantee success? No. Maybe it guarantees a tough life. Maybe it guarantees more hardships. But I promise you, it will be a powerful life well lived. Okay? And the last thing, we don't have much time to go into the depth of this, is so critical, which many of you pointed out. Like Swami said, character is the unification of thought, word and deed. That is so essential. And by the way, my company earns millions of dollars working with top corporations, Fortune 100 companies, training them in what Bhagavan is to give us for free. Integrity. Integrity is not honesty, it is not sincerity, it is not hard work. Integrity is synonymous with reliability, trustworthiness. That's why I hate when I get resumes of people saying, I'm a sincere, hardworking person. I hate sincere people. Sincere people means I'll try my best. So if I was a circus trapeze artist and I was swinging from here and my colleague was swinging from there and no safety net, and some point I have to leave my swing and he has to catch me and he says, don't worry Gopal, I'll try my best. Do you think I'm ever going to leave my swing? Sir, missed the Indigo flight. Imagine if you're sitting in an Indigo flight and they say, welcome everybody to a flight from Hyderabad to Mumbai. We will try our best to land in Mumbai. Even in the top-notch seat, you will immediately want to evacuate. He will go with the airline which is reliable. It doesn't mean it's perfect. Their airlines crash, deaths happen, but he will trust his life on something that is reliable. Sachin Tendulkar was not the best batsman, like perfect batsman. He was highly reliable. So reliability is the same as trustworthiness. And what creates trustworthiness is living a life of integrity, where you are not giving reasons for why you didn't do something. You either do what you said you'll do, when you know to do it, when you said you'll do it, or acknowledge you are not going to do it and communicate to everyone that you are not doing it, or you will not do it, or you make a new promise. Then people can trust you by your word. Remember, that's why in the Bible it says, word is next to God. Not cleanliness is next to God. Word. Shabda Brahman. Shabad. Word. And most people don't honor word. And like Nimish Bhai said, our car is more important for us, our house is more important for us. I mean, not only for us, for the world also is more important. They'll cut your hand but take your watch, but not you. They'll leave you to die. So similarly, I request all of you to look at what if you start honoring word and having yourself known as a person of your word. You will be a different kind of human being. And I leave you all completing this session with these 4 pillars, which is being up to something bigger than yourself, authenticity, responsibility, and integrity. Okay? Jai Sai Ram. Thank you very much.
Just as Newton has said, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And when you are in the civil service profession, every action can have far-reaching consequences. Which is why the topic of today's panel discussion, vision, policy, and social impact, promises to delve into the vision and nuances associated with policy formulation and implementation in the backdrop of social impact. For this, may I have the pleasure to welcome onto the dais our panelists for today. We already have Shri L.B. Subramaniam. Yes. The next panelist is Dr. Shaktivel Raju. Dr. Shaktivel Raju is IRS, is an economist who studied in both JNU and Tokyo University. He is also a leg luminary who has been, a law luminary who has been administering customs and GST laws. He is a distinction holder in law from Mumbai University. He has been awarded Doctor of Literature by the prominent ITU University of USA. He is well versed in both Indian and Western philosophy, a scholar in Sanskrit, and has been meticulously trained in Vedic chanting. Dr. Shaktivel Raju. Shri H.G. Dora, our next panelist. Shri H.G. Dora served as Director General of CISF New Delhi, India, and also as Vigilance Commissioner, Central Vigilance Commission. Shri Dora served the police department in various districts till the year 1984. Thereafter, for over 5 years, he served the police intelligence from early 89 to late 1992. He headed the APSRTC as its vice chairman and managing director. He later served as Commissioner of Police Hyderabad from April 93 to November 95 and as Director General and IG of Police Andhra Pradesh from 96 to 2002. Sir Dora serves as a director of GMR Hyderabad International Airport Limited. He is the recipient of awards such as the Police Medal of Gallantry, Police Medal for Meritorious Service, and President Police Medal for Distinguished Service. Our next panelist is Shri Ashok Joshi. He started his career as an Indian Army officer in 1963 and even participated in the 1965 war. He completed his IAS in 1966 and grew to become the chairman of Port Trust in Mumbai, Chennai and GMPT. Additional Secretary and Secretary of Ministry of Road Transport and Highways up to 2003. His last posting was as the Home Secretary for Tamil Nadu. Having retired in 2003, he served as the chairman of Srinivas Services Trust for 15 years until 2011. He currently serves the trust in advisory capacity. And the moderator for today's discussion is Dr. Shashank Shah. Dr. Shashank Shah is a thought leader in fields of study at the cusp of corporate strategy and sustainability with over 100 national and international publications to his credit. His research focuses on the pivotal role of corporations in economic and social value creation through visionary leadership, stakeholder-centric decision-making, and inclusive business strategies. He has been a visiting scholar at Harvard Business School, fellow and project director at Harvard University South Asia Institute, visiting scholar at Copenhagen Business School, editor-in-chief of Harvard University Postdoctoral Editors Association, and consulting editor at the Business India Group. A recipient of the President of India and Governor's Gold Medals for excellence in MBA and MPhil programs at Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning and of the AIMS International Outstanding Doctoral Management Student Award at IIM Ahmedabad. He has compiled and edited nearly 30 books on Baba's message and has addressed 100 gatherings in India and USA on Baba's mission. Dr. Shashank Shah.
Om Shri Sai Ram, offering our loving pronouns at Swami's Divine Lotus feet. It's such a momentous occasion today as we celebrate this concluding function of the Golden Jubilee of Dharmaskhetra. There have been such wonderful statistics that have been shared in today's sessions. A lot more I'll be sharing today while I anchor this panel. But what is important today is to remember all those thousands, nay, lakhs of devotees who over the last 50 years have silently served this mission of human welfare and human empowerment. We are able to celebrate 50 years of Dharmakshetra and Satsai Seva organizations Maharashtra because of the contribution that those lakhs of devotees have made to the success of this continuous effort of human empowerment and human welfare. Let me start with a small story. The story of this boy in a village called, or a small village town called Urvakonda in Andhra Pradesh. He was studying in school. His brother was a teacher in that school, and his sister-in-law was in the family way. She was expecting a baby. This boy, the youngest in the family, took up the responsibility upon himself to fill water for the household from the nearby well, which was about 1.5 kilometers from the house. He used to go 4 times in the morning before leaving to school in order to fill water for the household, holding that stick with 2 pots of water on either side so that there is enough water for cooking, washing, bathing, and his sister-in-law was pregnant, doesn't have to struggle in order to run the household. The neighbor said, "Why are you doing this? This is not your responsibility. Your job is to study. Your brother has to work out an alternative because this is the responsibility of the head of the family." This young lad of 10 said, "No, it is my duty to help the household because I am the youngest. To serve is my duty." This is a small boy's story. Yes, but who is that small boy? That small boy was none other than our Swami when he was 10 years old. The district of Anantapur was drought prone even in that time, in the 1930s. Half a century later, the problems of water in Anantapur still continue. 50 years of Indian independence, a dozen governments of different political parties ruling the erstwhile Madras presidency and eventually the state of Andhra Pradesh, United Andhra Pradesh, couldn't solve the water problem of Anantapur, which has a geology of districts at the periphery of the Thar Desert. That is the kind of acute water shortage that district faced, and all our eminent IAS officers here, they would know the geography of that part of the country. He had the personal experience of what it meant to not have water. So he had a vision that there should be basic drinking water access to every household in that particular district. Hence, he decided that that district will be provided water by his own organization because the governments of the land have not been successful to achieve. He announced that in 18 months, the water would be available to the entire district of Anantapur. And in 18 months, 1 million citizens of the district of Anantapur across 700 villages were provided free drinking water at their doorstep in a unique collaboration between the Sri Sathya Sai Central Trust, Larsen and Toubro, and the government of Andhra Pradesh. A project which has been ranked by the World Water Forum at Osaka and Mexico as among the top 10 local action projects in the world, where Millennium Development Goals are achieved by a unique collaboration and where the virtues of scalability, replicability and sustainability have been used to its fullest. The same Swami in his formative years saw that there was acute shortage of good healthcare facilities, and his mother prayed to him that there isn't a small dispensary in this village of Puttaparthi. Why don't you provide that for the benefit of people who stay here and those who visit this part of the country? He said, "Yes, I will do." And so he started a small dispensary in 1954 where he was a doctor part-time, and rest of the time there were volunteer doctors and other people who would dispense medication. He had a vision that every citizen of this land, for that matter any land, have a right to free healthcare, because free healthcare is the responsibility of society to provide every individual who works and lives in this country. Healthcare is not a commodity to be sold, but an act of service to be discharged with the responsibilities collectively of the society. So that vision was translated into a policy that he will provide free healthcare with 6 characteristics. I'm giving an overview because that is the theme of this particular panel discussion. I'm providing a background and then the eminent panelists will share their views. 6 characteristics which form the policy of the Sathya Sai healthcare. What are the 6 characteristics? State-of-the-art institutions, free healthcare, comprehensive healthcare, compassionate healthcare, preventive healthcare, and timely delivery of healthcare. This was the policy. What was the outcome of this policy? The outcome of this policy, dear brothers and sisters, has been that in the last 50 years, The Sri Satyasai Healthcare Institutions through the General Hospital, which caters to secondary care, the two super specialty hospitals at Puttaparthi and Bangalore, which cater to tertiary healthcare, and the mobile medical van project, which caters to primary healthcare at the doorstep of the rural people, has provided free healthcare to over 1 crore people of India at a cost which is equivalent to $1 billion free of cost. This is vision, policy and impact. The Satyasai water supply projects I spoke about Anantapur were extended to East and West Godavari, Medak and Mehboob-nagar, and to the city of Chennai. One single organization, the Satyasai Central Trust and Seva organizations, combined with the respective state governments and a corporate organization like Larsen & Toubro, was able to provide free drinking water to 1.25 crore people of India, which is 1% of India's population. One single organization providing drinking water to 1% of India's population. Again, free of cost. And then we talk about education. As Sri L.V. Subramaniam Garu mentioned today, human values have been divorced from the education system in the name of secularism, when the very foundation of the Indian Constitution has been based on the ideal of Ram Rajya given by Mahatma Gandhi himself. What education did Swami provide? When Sri Nani Palkiwala, whom Sri Nimish Pandya mentioned in his inaugural address, came to address the first convocation of the Sri Satyasai University, he said, the Sri Satyasai University is an experiment in higher education, where human values are inculcated along with university education system. Most of us here are parents ourselves. We find it so difficult to inculcate human values in kids of single-digit age. Here was an attempt, a bold attempt to inculcate human values in students who are at the university level. Baba embarked on that particular experiment, where education is not just for the mind. Education caters to the physical, mental, intellectual, emotional and spiritual components of an individual's personality and imparts what is called integral education, where education is not just for life but for a living, where education is not just a collection of facts but the concentration of the mind, and when education and the university degrees are not meant to be used as begging bowls for jobs, but to empower the citizens of this country to contribute to nation building with ability and nobility. 20 years later, when Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the President of India, came as the convocation chief guest, he said, if anybody asks me, is it possible to provide human values in the university education? He said, yes, with great confidence, I can point at the Sri Satyasai Institute of Higher Learning and say that this university has given an answer in the affirmative. Today, we're completing this year, we completed 50 years of the first Satyasai College. We have almost 25,000 alumni of the educational institutions, which include Brother Gopal Rao, Brother L.V. Subramaniam, myself, and several of the volunteers who are standing in all humility, though having double post-graduation degrees, wearing a Sevadal scarf and holding the souvenirs and arranging the background work. All are products of this education. That is vision, policy, and impact in action. In effect, what our spiritual master has left behind is not a legacy of brick and mortar institutions. It is a model of the moral, spiritual, intellectual and holistic rejuvenation of India, which was lost in the years of colonization, which India suffered for almost half a millennium. If the Sri Satyasai organization's model is studied in great depth, we will understand that, as we have mentioned in the infographic sheet, and I will encourage all those who come to read it, that it is truly a mission for a millennium. Because if these value systems are practiced in the civil services and in fact all kinds of services, the outcomes are going to be truly beneficial to all of society. With this foreground and overview to what vision, policy and impact is all about and how the Sri Satyasai model. In fact, a lot of people asked us, why is spirituality in action in civil services? What is the answer to that? The answer to that is simple. The government of India and the Satyasai Seva organization's objective is the same. What is that objective? The well-being of the people of India. The difference being the government executes it through its services, the service officers deliver it as a profession, the Satyasai Seva organization and several of its kind deliver it through acts of service. If these two diverse stakeholders with the same objectives get together, share, discuss and deliberate on what they can learn from their own experience, the outcomes can be truly beneficial for the people of India. This is the vision behind this symposium which has been organized. We now move with the questions for the panelists. The questions I had an opportunity to discuss with them, and hence I'll address the questions specifically to each of them. I'll start with Sri L. Subramaniam Garu. He's the Special Chief Secretary of the Government of Andhra Pradesh, who's come all the way for us. And I'd like to ask him, from his experience, both in the Sai institutions as a student and 35 years illustrious career in the government services, about what role does philosophy, individual philosophy, institutional philosophy, and the very welfare philosophy of the Government of India play in the decision making of a civil servant. Sri Subramaniam.
Thank you. You have covered a huge range of issues in your address, talking about vision, policy and impact. I think when we translate that into our own individual example, I think it's very important that we must be receiving good education to first have that kind of an outlook. Very unfortunately, it's not possible for everybody to receive. I was very fortunate that I could go to Satsai College and seek admission there and study there. I'm saying this because for an average student today who pursues education in any college or university, academic excellence is one parameter which actually dwarfs all the other parameters that are so important in life. So if somebody does very well in education, he is getting 70% or 80% or even 90%, then parents are so happy, the teachers are so happy, and of course, the friends and others also are very, very happy. But everybody can't get that kind of mark. I'm not going to dwell on others' lives, I'm just talking about myself because I'm quite authoritative of what went on in my life. I was not a topper or something like that. When I was in +2, I was a very, very average student. I was so happy that I passed all my exams. And I never thought scoring marks was so important. And I used to be, in fact, one of those who was very, very alert in the classrooms. But when it came to exams, I somehow never managed to get good marks. And I would always be very grateful to my father because he never put any pressure on me. He was never showing any sign of disappointment. And he said, let him do what he wants to do. But he got a bit worried because this attitude was not changing. So he had a chance to go to the Whitefield summer courses. He went and spoke there when Professor Gokul invited him. And he saw the summer course program. He saw the students there. So he came back and introduced this topic to me. Why didn't you go and study in the Satsai College? I was very obedient to my parents' advice. I would have been a good sports person, but immediately I listened to his advice and I said, whatever way you want me to pursue education, I will do it. So I went and joined there. I was a science student, but by the time we went to the campus, admissions were over, and late Principal D. Narendra, he offered admission in Bachelor of Arts course. So I promptly took up that course. I did not know anything about those topics. I started studying. And in the very first year, I was one among the 20 students in Bangalore University who got a first class. And in the second year again, I did exceedingly well. And finally, when I finished my bachelor's. I did very well and asked Swami, what should I do next? And I got admission in political science and history. He said join political science. I joined political science. And my aim was only to come back and become a good teacher in the Whitefield College. Because our political science teacher was not very good. He was a very nice person, but he was not a good teacher. So I thought I'll replace him. I found a job in life and I just went for the course. And I finished my post-graduation, taught there for some time. Of course, with Swami's blessings, I was a gold medalist from there. I came back and then when I came back, this civil services advertisement was there. And immediately my father advised me, why don't you take the civil service exam? I said, no, I want to be a teacher. I want to join my PhD course. I'm telling all this because the outlook to life was already made, but what is the goal that one set for himself was something which was not fixed. But even if I continued to be a teacher or when I joined civil service, I can very proudly say, sitting next to Sri Dora, I don't think I gave even one day an opportunity to anybody to comment that this is what is not correct about this individual. So that is how, when I sit here in Dharmaskhetra, I can affirm to all of you that whatever Swami taught us was easy to practice. It is not difficult. Your chief minister may not like you. Your ministers may not like you. Your MLAs may not like you. Because for what you are standing, but at the end of the day, they admire you because you have been consistent in that value system. So what is very important for us is to have a value system which you believe. It is not certainly how many cars you are going to acquire, how much of property you are going to acquire. You can acquire properties. You will be developing projects where your developer is going to make a lot of money. But you have to be arm's length from that target of making money, but say that I am going to facilitate this person or this project to succeed. And that is where I think our grounding is so very important, and that's where the vision comes into context. So Swami always used to say that our heads must be in the forest but hands in the society. So we are going to be in the thick of activity. You are going to rub your shoulders with various groups, various people, various individuals, but let it not get into your system of thinking, and you must be very clear that you are very different because you come from a background that you have been taught like this by Swami, you have been taught by so many other individuals in the society. People have expectations. So what kind of policy that you keep for yourself is this philosophy that at the end of the day, you should not be scared to look into your senior's eyes and talk. You should not be scared to look at Swami and talk. You should not be afraid that something you have done wrong. So to get that kind of a vision that you must be content in life, sound policy is what we must adopt. This policy is, whatever you want in life, you always get it. You must wait for your opportunities. You would have missed getting something in life immediately, but let's not grab for it. It will come your way. When you deserve it, it comes your way. If you do not deserve it, it may not come your way. Then the philosophy one should adopt is, maybe that was not good for me. Maybe missing indigo flight was good for me. Maybe I would have sat next to some individual who would have been an unpleasant company for me. I don't know. So we must adopt this and not again indulge in some kind of a proof-taking to go back and see my 1C seat in the indigo flight who was in 1B and analyze the character and then say I got scientific evidence to prove it. For everything one need not look for that kind of evidence. One must only satisfy oneself that yes, what I deserve I got, and if I did get something, maybe I didn't deserve it, or maybe it was not very good for me, it would have been harmful to me, I don't know. So maybe I'm still not made of that metal that I can take that responsibility and sort of discharge my responsibility. So for every vicissitude in life, what is very important is you must immediately come up with some philosophy, with some outlook, which helps you to cope with that situation. Because it's quite possible, I'm only addressing the small group of my colleagues here from Maharashtra, that it's always possible that you will see somebody in your batch doing better than you, somebody junior to you becoming more closer to somebody, or somebody building a bigger mansion than you in the same colony where you are residing. Somebody is able to send their child to Stanford when you are not able to afford. All these things happen. So whether we are going to get bogged down by those considerations or be happy, because I've seen in the last couple of years, I've seen individuals are extraordinarily talented. I know of a scholar who knows many Sanskrit texts up and down. He's produced dozens of doctorates, written an enormous number of books. He had a stroke, and the stroke was so telling that he did not remember how many chapters are there in Mahabharata. He asked the student, how many chapters are there in Mahabharata? The student was crying because this student, this lady student, received so much of knowledge from this guru. But just that moment after he was struck by this brain stroke, he forgot everything. He is not a normal self. The same physical being is sitting in front of you with half his memory gone. So this moment is ours. Maybe today evening is not mine, I don't know. Maybe tomorrow is not mine. So in a situation where things can happen so swiftly, maybe to our disadvantage, maybe the Purva Karma is taking over, we don't know. So why should we keep so many dreams and keep on working for it, make enemies, and not be closer to one's own family? I remember a chief engineer in AP Housing Board, when his house was raided by the ACB and lots of money was recovered from his lockers, his own children made statements against the father. The daughter and the son have stated in the open meeting, in the television, that we never wanted my father to be so corrupt. We don't know why my father was so corrupt. I don't know what could have been the response of that chief engineer when he heard his own children almost disowning him. So I think we must be very, very careful what we want to live, what we want to teach our own children, what we want to see in their own lives. These are extremely important. So let us all adopt some philosophy. Let us not be dogmatic about it. Let us not say, I am going to be only a Advaitist, so I will not believe anything else. I am only going to be an Advaitist, so therefore I will not tolerate Advaita philosophy. Or I am going to be a follower of Bhagavan Sansa Baba, so I won't follow everybody else. I don't think one has to be dogmatic. Swami's, the symbol itself says everything is Samadharma. Every dharma can be understood. Let's understand our own dharma properly. Have philosophy. As civil servants, we have a great responsibility and a great opportunity. In spite of all the so-called interference and all that, still I think there's a huge sphere where we can be very effective, where we can make the organization work wonders. We can make the trade union come and say that we don't want increased wages, we want to improve the efficiency. We can make such a change in the organizations. And I am telling all this in humility only to tell you that a sound philosophical framework, if we adopt, I think we can discharge and we can earn a lot of admirers and friends in the society whose thoughts on your well-being are, I think, a greater treasure to us than the stupid bank balance that we earn. I think we must earn that kind of a reputation, the blessings, the good wishes of people in the society. Thereby, we can continue with the mission. So I do endorse that sound philosophy is something which has helped me, and I'm sure it will also help each one of you. And I'm equally sure that if you have taken pains to come today here, it's a proof that you believe in this way of thinking. It is only that we have all gathered here because we are all birds of the same feather. Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you, sir, for that elaborate elaboration on the role and importance of personal philosophy in able to discharge our duties and responsibilities more effectively and in alignment with the larger vision of the government. My next question is for Shri H. Dora, a very eminent IPS officer, such top positions which we only read about in the newspapers, intelligence service, CISF, vigilance, as a DGP of Andhra Pradesh at a very young age. But then the question I'd like to ask him is human values and police service. These are considered, I wouldn't say antonyms, but not quite synonymous. Compassion and police service. Again, not antonyms, but not synonyms as well. And spirituality and police service. Again, not necessarily antonyms, but definitely not synonyms as well. But here we have you who can tell us how all these three are essentially a part of police service and the role that the officers discharge with your own experience, sir.
Okay, Sushant, thank you. First of all, is I'm audible? Yes, sir. The concept of spirituality in civil service is an extremely important ingredient. It's not antagonistic or anything. In fact, lack of the spirituality in our daily life is one of the shortcomings of our country, in spite of having such lofty idealism and all that. Somewhere after 12th or 13th century, we had a disconnect with our past civilization, and some other civilizations, different things. Layers came one after other, and those of us who, let us say, graduated in the 60s, 70s from universities, there is a total disconnect. It's another sort of education system that took over the country, and we were caught up in that. Philosophy means some Kant or Hegel, somebody else. There were great philosophers in Indian thought also, but we were not taught about that. An eminent doctor recently told me, he is a very good physician in allopathy medicine and all, but he studied on his own interest Ayurveda. And he tells me, it's a pity that we have not told anything about Ayurveda, which for centuries took care of the Indian population. He said in China, first 2 years of medicine, they teach about the Chinese medicine. He said, I wish it was done even in India, because so many good things we can learn in Ayurveda, and which can be of use to the patient. But we are not taught like that. So we are a sort of a disconnected generation. Recently, in fact, Jaipal Reddy, one of our leading parliamentarians, was also a minister, very honest man, best parliamentarian award and all he got. He wrote a book, the various philosophies, thoughts that developed in civilization. It's a very sort of very difficult thing, because he is a voracious reader at all. And he gave me that book. So I went through that book, and then later he asked me, how do you find it? I said, it's like, even if I were to write a book, I would have written like that only, because you never said anything about Indian philosophy or Indian thought process or anything. Then he said, no, I quoted Radhakrishnan. Yes, you quoted Radhakrishnan in 1 or 2 places, because when he was a professor in Oxford, we translated a number of our things which were, became very popular in Western countries. He quoted Radhakrishnan, of course, once or twice. I said, yes, but then you are not exposed to our thought. So those of us who came into the fold of Swami in a very early part of our career, first of all, we were exposed to the various lofty idealism that is there in our culture. And our concept of our life, how do we organize ourselves? And unfortunately, we don't know Sanskrit. So many prayers that we do very lofty sort of idealism. Sahana, let us say Sahana Bhavatu, Sahana Gunaktu. Because in Sanskrit we don't know. There is no Indian prayer like that. I mean, it's for me or for this community or for this couple of people in the room. We think of the entire universe. We think of the entire community. We think of entire living beings. And all of them should be good. That type of lofty idealism, somewhere we got a disconnect. With the result, we became very self-centered. We quickly want to get a job, do education, job, and then rise in that career minded. So in this process, the public interest is lost. At least we had some idealism soon after independence. But after that, slowly that also was lost. But coming to this spiritualism, because of Swami's grooming and watching Swami, hearing Swami, listening to him, and of course with a lot of love and affection, that moment we can't get back. All the devotees of Swami will worship. Swami had been in this hall, the atmosphere will be different. That we can't bring back. So, I have been listening to Swami, watching him, how he used to toil day and night, no ego, though he is worshipped in so many countries, our country, so many countries. Temples have come, even when he was alive, they used to worship him. But absolutely no ego or anything. He would move everybody, talk to everybody. So the main thing is, when you give up that ego and you want to work for the people, then police or anything, any other service, it doesn't make any difference. Spiritualism is a very essential thing. After Bhagavad Gita was told to Arjuna, and after that he waged a war. It was not to make a withdraw from the war, say there is all violence, don't do that. Bhagavad Gita propelled him. Bhagavad Gita ensured that he did his job, did his dharma with utmost sincerity, emotionally getting involved. When he wanted to back up actually, seeing his gurus, it's a very difficult situation. People whom you revere, people from whom you learned all your skills, you want to hit them. What for? And then what? Okay, suppose I win, then what's the use? I kill my own guru. I kill my own patriarch, Bhishma. And then you get the kingdom, then what? What's so great about it? So he wanted to back up. By narrating Bhagavad Gita, Krishna made him understand the purpose of life and his dharma as a Kshatriya. And his job at that moment is to do that. So whatever we do, suppose I came at the worst part of our police challenges that we had faced due to the Naxalite problem. 96, I became the DG. That was their finest day and our worst day. So I can't back up now. I have to wage a battle. I have to resolve to bring order in the society, to ensure that everybody lives a full life, to get rid of that, that fear in the society. And it was a very subtle way of fear and all that, A small message comes and then you back up. You don't see that. Everybody was scared. The politicians were scared. Trade unions were scared. Cigarette police and all. The trade union. Recognized unions were there. But one message from the underground leader, he will back up. He will say, now we are striking and we are going away. Now I can't talk to the recognized leader also. He also won't appear before me. He says, we have nothing against you, sir, but this is an order, we are going away. Spiritualism only gives you the courage to meet the situation. Nothing else. Because of the things that imbibed from Swami, we could fight it out. Without any fear, without any stress, without any disturbance in our mind or anything. What we are doing is the correct thing for the society. I have been asked to do a job at the government, and I have to do it for the good of the people. So it is not. It's unfortunate we think that spiritualism is something else. No, spiritualism asks you to do your dharma, and it can motivate everybody to do his dharma. As Subramanian said, situations will not be always ideal. By doing your dharma, you may be treading somebody's toes. Somebody may be unhappy with you, but you stick to your thing. You are not trying to hurt anybody. You stick to your principles. You do your job. Okay, if somebody is not happy, then okay, let him have and get somebody else. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Hardly matters. So to have this conviction, to have this type of character, so we require some sort of an ideology. That ideology can be provided by such spiritual elements. Once it enters, once you are groomed in that sort of thing, it transforms you. You try to serve others. You try to serve your own officer, even your own officers. I have to take a whole force of nearly 80,000 people, motivate them to fight, motivate them to die. Once one finance secretary was not giving me sanctions, I asked for this CH now issued me. Of course, I had very good relations with everybody, so everybody knows that. But at that moment, I lost my cool for a minute, maybe. I said, look, it's not like asking some irrigation engineer to build a dam in 6 months, you will do it in 3 months. I must ask my people to die. They must be ready to die. I must motivate them. And you are now going to stop their allowances? How do you do the job? Don't compare with other departments. A little bit I lost my cool, but then I again said, no, it's not correct. And then even the finance secretary was also very nice, very, very fine man. He also understood my problem. He said, no, I feel sort of, I understand your problem. Because you are dealing with such situations. So you carry your people with you, show the same concern. This is where I scored a lot of points because of Swami's teachings. Concern for others, concern for my men, concern for my family. Accept myself. You show it. And they will respond. And they responded. I will not give any extra force. No extra force. Nothing. I will not give anything extra. No vehicles, nothing. Maybe some equipment. But my own training. So many things we can do now. So because the job is like that. And within a matter of 2.5 years, what was plaguing us for nearly 41 years, there was a turnaround. Total turnaround. And after 3 or 4 years, they totally withdrew from our area by a resolution. I mean, this is a communist ideology and all, they have their own meetings, central committee, they write everything, they justify why they are getting the decision and all that. So it said we can't continue this, for the time being we will withdraw it. So they withdrew completely. And they have not come back yet, touch wood, because they find the situation is not, it doesn't warrant them to come back again. So this type of thing we were able to do because of spiritual values only. Without spiritual values, you can't do this. You can't achieve anything. So I am very happy that Maharashtra Satsai Organization started this seminar. And I would like to say that this type of the confidence that we have, the righteous living that we uphold because of these values of farming has given us, the transformation that has been brought about, in turn, we were able to do much better job than not having it at all. I would have been a different type of leader had I not come into Swami's fold. That's what I want to emphasize once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Someone who came to Swami after he retired, Mr. Joshi came into the Satsai ecosystem in 2003-04. But it's not about his experiences, but about the kind of implementation. So we're talking about policy, we talked about vision, now we talk about implementation and the challenges and the innovation that can be effectively incorporated in the implementation of projects, and how Mr. Joshi was successfully able to do it while he was in government service, and subsequently he's had 1.5 decades of illustrious opportunity to do it as a leader of a corporate foundation, and the role he's played in bridging business and bureaucracy effectively. So I'd like to request Mr. Joshi to share his views and experience.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After the high praise and talk about me, I feel a little embarrassed. I would. Okay, I'm not allowed with a loud voice. So, I retired in 2003 as Secretary Government of India. Thereafter, for reasons totally unknown to me, Mr. Venu Srinivasan picked me up or wanted me to join his social arm of his company, that is Srinivasan Services Trust. It was left, Mr. Venu Srinivasan, I'm not saying because he was my boss, he is one of the very generous persons, the most generous person that I have met, and has an open mind, and he is a great devotee of Sai Baba. He took me to Baba. I joined in January 2004, and it was in February 2004 that he took me to Puttaparthi. I had heard of Sai Baba. I had never met him, never bothered to know more about him, because I was involved in some other work. But when I went there, the atmosphere was electrified. It was very different. And then Baba called me inside his room in Puttaparthi. After making a few inquiries about my health and about my age, he asked me, "What do you want?" Spontaneously, probably the atmosphere was electrified. I said, "I need your blessings." Gold chain materialized, and I put my hands out and receive the chain. He said, "No, come and put your head on my knee, I will make you wear it." He put it on my leg, and since that day, I started my association with Satyasai in this Seva organization. I must also add that I have been in the last 15 years, due to whatever work we are doing, and I think we are doing fairly serious and substantially sustainable work. I have been to several educational institutions, talking to them about how we do it, what we do it, and what we do and how we do it. But the most engrossing and interesting sessions that I have had has been in Puttaparthi. There, these MBA students or students doing the masters, they would engage me for hours, literally for hours. The talk would last for 45 minutes, but the question and answer sessions would last for 1.5 hours. I wish I could say this for other very highly reputed management institutes and colleges. It wasn't so. So, getting invited for this occasion, I didn't have a moment's hesitation in my mind. Because I know there are serious people who want to do things, who are doing excellent work, and whatever little experience I have had, I would love to share it with them, because with all the devotion and the emotional attachment that you have to what you are doing, 6 lakh volunteers, just imagine that. It's not easy. And the work continues with the same speed and the same enthusiasm. So anyway, I am here. We have heard of vision, we have heard of policy. I have been a practitioner of social work for the last 15 years. forget my earlier experiences in the army or in the government service. But now I've been practicing this, and so I'm seeing the world, at least I feel I've seen the world from both sides. First question that I'd like you to please examine, I don't want an answer. How many people in India would like to go to a government office on their own? Nobody. Including me. I had the pleasure of being in IAS and all that. So you throw about your name or you find some contact, go there. But willingly, if I go, no. Why? And most of us sitting here are in the implementation part of it. We're doing the implementation. Policies we frame, not we, but we assist in framing policies. We are more into implementation. And then, do we enjoy our job? No. I could say for most of us, I cannot say all. If you don't enjoy our job, if people don't want to come to you, what sort of results can you get? So let us have a look, introspect ourselves. Why don't we enjoy our jobs? Forget the public. There are many reasons why people enjoy doing something. One of the major factors, in my opinion, is recognition. Do we get recognition for good work? Very rarely. Some prizes are given once in a year or some. Incidentally, we are also getting the prize on the 12th for being the most sustainable CSR effort for any corporate in India. That's on the 12th. That's only, by the way, just I'm trying to back myself. But the point that I'm trying to make is you need emotional attachment to whatever you are doing. Not only you, your whole team. And that to me is spirituality. Your compassion towards whosoever you are working with and working for, the public and your own team. I've been in reasonably high places, sat for normally in secretariats or in government offices there will be red or green light. Red light means the boss is busy, don't come in. Green light, I have to go to the PA, and PA decides whether you are worthy of meeting him or not. Do we need that? Are we really so busy? Look at ourselves. I'm not talking of any one individual. The second point is, do we know the details of the work that we are doing? I am working in the social sector, and we are working for holistic development. Some similar lines as your organization. Do we know all the government schemes that are made available to the community? I'll give a small example. Some time ago I was in one place and some auditor, sorry, I have to change the story. An auditor came and asked how many individual toilets has your organization constructed. He said 5 lakh. How much money did you spend? You spent nothing. And how can you claim credit for it? Now that is the attitude. I am not talking ill of the auditor. All I am trying to say is their understanding. And this is exactly what we do. How much money we are spending? Are you claiming credit for it? In Symposium Services Trust, we do not put our name in any place that we work in. We are working in 5,000 villages with 3.1 million people. But never a name. Again, Mr. Felicitation vision given by Baba. You are doing it for the welfare of the community. Do you need a name for that? Well, if somebody wants to recognize you, they will recognize you because they all know who is doing it. That is one. That means don't have an ego. If you don't have an ego, then I'm talking of myself. A lot of my batchmates and friends say, oh, you were so and so, and now you're going to talk to the Dharmaskhetra. So what? My job is to talk to the person who can deliver this. The first point that I feel is, you are all in the implementation stage. Please look at it. Are we really so busy that we can't meet people? Do we answer the DOs or the letters that we get? This was talked to me by one of my seniors. And he used to get furious if you don't answer and give a reply to a letter, a DO specially received by you within 48 hours, it would be helpful. How much of solace do you convey to the person who gets a reply soon enough? It might be a negative reply. We don't do that. So that is the second part of the implementation. Are we conscious of we are conscious of our status, but are we conscious of the other man's pain? If we are, probably we do much better. I am talking of implementation, I am not criticizing. Third point is, do we have a good team? Now, in SST, Cinemas and Services Plus, we have about 300 and some odd people working. They live and work in villages. Out of the 325 or whatever is the number, only 5 live and work in Chennai. Others are all one of the absolute essentials that you have to come and live. You have to work in the village, you have to live there, because you've got to become a part of the community. That's what we mentioned, everybody else has mentioned, building trust. You are a part of the community. If you are living with them now, as bureaucrats, we can't live with them. But your team members, your own videos and other stuff, how often do they go and live in the village? So building trust is one message. How to build trust is by being a part of the community. If you are a part of the community, people will share not only the pain and the grief, but all the success. Whatever they have achieved, whatever issues they have, they will come to you as a friend, not as a giver. Third, one more point that I have in mind is, are we partners or are we donors? If we are partners, there will be a much stronger bond. They will stand by you. They will, and the company gains. The government will also gain. If the government bureaucrats are doing that, are we partners? I have given you this road. I have given you this water supply. I have built this Anganwadi. You have not built it. It has been built by their money. Let's look at it that way. And finally, what is the purpose of doing all this? I asked some senior person, we are building Anganwadis. Why are we building Anganwadis? Oh, the children should be, younger children should not be left alone in the homes or be left with their siblings. They should come and get properly fed. Is that the only objective of Anganwadis? How many of us who are working in the field, Anganwadi is just an example, take any other. Know the objective, no, there's nothing wrong with policy. We are not clear about the aim and the goal of the objectives or of the scheme. And lastly, what happens is, we very often, in order to reach that objective, there are small steps. Those steps become more important than the goal. Toilet construction. I said 5 lakh toilets. They didn't give credit. But when somebody else said he has built, maybe same number or slightly more or less, with his money, with that company's money, or the government's money, what was the purpose of constructing the toilets? Is it just that we don't like to see people's bottoms in the morning? Or is there a larger objective? Do we measure the goal is to reduce illnesses caused by poor sanitation? How many organizations in their reports say, by doing this, taking up this activity, we have reduced illness to this level? So there is a difference between targets and goals. Here targets become extremely important. The goal is probably going to go by. Can we change it? You are all young people, certainly younger than me. Can we at least have these points in mind? Can we make a better team? Can we have a full knowledge of the schemes that are being implemented? I could go on and on. One more point that I'd like to mention is we work in silos. department could not care less. They would be about, say, even horticulture, which is closely related to each other. Poverty alleviation, yes, you must have self-help groups. We'll talk about so many self-help groups have been formed. What is the outcome of that? We don't know. Or if we know, we don't want to talk about it. So let us have clarity of what we want. What are the goals? What are the targets? What are the objectives? How to build a good team? Have a good trust between not only within the team but with the community also. This progress will be much faster. I compliment the organization for doing all the good work. But my submission would be, give us the objectives. What was your objective when you started? Don't give me the figures of the achievements. Objectives have you achieved? That way, perhaps your organization will earn a much, much higher reputation. Thank you. I could go on.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. There was a very well-received research paper by Harvard which spoke exactly about what Mr. Joshi had mentioned. Very often, social welfare projects, whether by corporate foundations, by social sector organizations, or by the government, are measured by the investment of money made in it. What is important is to measure the output, then measure the outcome, and finally measure the impact. It is only then that the investment made in that project, whether it's by the government or a social sector organization, would be truly worthwhile. So very valuable points which Mr. Joshi has brought out, given his experience both with the government and with social sector organization. Coming from someone who was associated with what started as the Golden Quadrilateral Project and the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, which is so celebrated today. Mr. Joshi was sitting there as the secretary and has handled 65,000 crores worth project without any issues of integrity. That is the kind of technology we are talking about here in our presence. That is the kind of implementation and the effectiveness of that which he shared with his own personal experience. Now we go to Dr. Shaktivel Raju. When I spoke to him, his designation is so senior, Additional Commissioner of Customs, and the word customs itself makes us so very scared when we are coming out of the flight. Oh, we have to go through customs, red channel, green channel, what should we do? When I spoke to him on the phone, I was a little hesitant. I wanted to talk to him about the panel discussion. After I gave him an overview to the program, he said, Shashank, I am not coming to the program to talk about what I want to say. I am coming to the program to learn from everybody what I can practice in my own profession. That's the kind of humility I saw in Dr. Raju. And I was so impressed that our fear about the customs and customs officers are misplaced. At the helm of affairs, we have such humble individuals who are so very inspiring. So what I would like to ask Dr. Raju is the challenges, sir. We spoke about the vision, we spoke about policy, we spoke about implementation. In your experience, what are the challenges that you face? You've risen up the ranks, you've been in such tough positions, and yet you deliver successfully. To your fellow colleagues here, could you share some challenges? Could you share some dilemmas or some experience within the customs service which you handled effectively and your value systems helped you?
As a mark of respect, being the youngest among the panelists, I thought I will stand and speak. Om Tatpurusaya Vidmahe Parithisvaraya Dhimahi Tanno Sai Raja Prachodayat. This is a Gayatri mantra I have just now composed to praise the Swami. Adi Atmajam, Adi Devam, Adi Purusam, Ajam Nirmalam, Jyotirmayam, Koti Surya Prabha Prabhasam, Jyotirmayam, Akhanda Koti Surya Prabhasam, Vedatmakam, Vedantaretam, Vedatmakam, Vedantaretam, Sakala Vidya Prabodham, Bodhanta Purnam,
Swami's inspiration, I have sung this. This, as our friend Mr. Gopal Rao in Landmark Educationist has broken the traditional image about what one has to do or what one should be. So now today, I have seen many, like Chief Secretary Sir, many Chief Secretaries of Andhra Pradesh, Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, DGP of Andhra Pradesh, DGP of Maharashtra, and many seniors who are well paid, like who have been in the departments of various distinctions and various other experts in their life. They all are here. And to them I pay my Endaro Mahanugula Andaku Namaskaram. My Krutanyata goes to my friend. First and foremost things are first, then I will talk on the question raised by my dear friend. In the Department of Customs, I have got a gem, a brother, a father figure, Mr. Deepak Pandit. I want the entire audience to recognize because he has brought me out from my closet. Today I am speaking. I know 8 languages. I compose poems in Sanskrit. I read Pali texts. I have been reading all those sacred texts of the East, which are composed by the various great civil servants of the colonial era. I spent a lot of time reading books, then looking at the beautiful things that they have attracted me 20 years ago. Even in those days also, when I was in JNU, I was having a big beard and studying Marx, Hegel, and all those great philosophical visionaries. But I had, yes, my friend was asking me that what is the challenges you have been facing. I see we all are civil servants. We speak in the interview and get some marks. I got 239 marks out of in the interview. That is an excellent marks. That too from PC Hota's board, Mr. PC Hota, he was chairman of the UPSC, the mother of all of us, second birth he has given to us. We are all twice born in India, because first born to the natural mother, then to UPSC. Complete each other. So Mr. PC Hota is a chairman of UPSC, was a toughest guy. I think he will see that you cry. In the interview, he will, so then I went to him, he asked Raju what is this, so many questions he asked me. Then he gave me a paper and pencil, you start writing some points and then you speak. From my school days onwards, I never prepare any notes. So neither now I use PowerPoint. My points should be powerful, that is what I think. I don't need PowerPoint. Then what happened, he gave me a paper and then he gave me a pencil. Okay, you just jot down some points, then we will listen to you. Before I could take the paper, out of modesty, I started taking the paper and the pencil and pretend as if I am writing, because I am going to be judged by him and my future is in a precarious situation. If he is not giving marks, I am gone. So I immediately started speaking to him. Then he said, oh, you are proceeding like Satabdi Express. Okay, that thoughts are good, but still you have some time, have a second thought, write your points. Then I wrote some points and then I spoke to him. Then so many questions. One psychologist, people always say, seriously and guide me. One person did not speak at all. I was damn scared of his looks. Like our ex-DGPs are very silent sitting there by me. So I didn't know, he must be a big person, but he is not revealing. So I was just having some confidence. Then, but at the same time, you could make out some body language on it. So this person is going to be my, nemesis. This guy is going to give first the UPSC chairman, a terrorizing figure, and then the silent master, silent killer. Then I came out, then I found my marks 239 I got in interview. So what I wanted to say, when you got selected, you speak in the interview and you write in the exams. As a combination of writing and speaking, which is of a remarkable level, then you get selected into the civil service. Then what we do in the civil service, we are always a writing machine. Karl Marx once said Indian bureaucracy is a huge writing machine. Earlier the first generation computer used to be it will fill the entire hall. Something like that. If we take the entire civil servants writing in their tables every time, file movement, deforestation ka major cause is this file movement only. So huge writing machine we are. Whereas the politician is a huge speaking machine, speaker. If you take it, then we can have a moderate figure. So what happened?
in service, as I joined as an IRS Assistant Commissioner of Customs, my first wrong advice I got, whenever bosses say, don't speak. So the first quality, the ingredient of me getting into selected as a civil servant is to speak out. That speaking to the speaker ko to kalam kar diya. Like Lok Sabha speaker, they call speaker but he doesn't speak. So like that you have asked me, you have been asked not to speak. Then in writing, don't write whatever you feel right. Like Customs Act is there, provisions are there, Central Excise Act is there, the provisions are there, hazardous rules, regulations are there. Don't write, the note sheet may be annoying. So agreed note sheet don't accept. How you will know the senior who is sitting at a far off distance and so many hands it will move, then how you will know that what would be agreeable to him? So we have been, at least I was thinking that so. Finally what happened, the speaker has gone out. Only yes sir, yes sir. This was the situation. This continued. Why I am saying, unless you have a kind of external force, the economy if it is closed, we cannot have any changes in it. Similarly, if the system is closed, then you cannot have a change in you. Something has to come from externally. So that external thing happened when I have been introduced to spirituality. Through Brother Deepak Panditji, when I came to Dharmaskhetra, first time I said, yeah, this Bombay mein aise place hai kya? And Prasad, I said, how do you feel, sir? I said, Prasad, I felt. Prasad Nilayam is the place there in Puttaparthi. Subsequently, when I went as election observer, I went to Swami's place and had darshan. So, first challenge I feel as a civil servant, as a younger civil servant, is that you should not lose your vitality, visceral element of speaking out lightly, politely. Even Edward said, speak out to the power is the role of an intellectual. What is the definition of a public intellectual? Edward said, the great Stanford University philosopher, Columbia University philosopher, he says, you should speak out the truth to the power. Who can tell to the Chief Secretary of Maharashtra? Who can tell to the DG of Maharashtra? Who can tell the Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh? Who can tell the Chief Commissioner of Customs? You as an youngster, you should tell, or he himself should listen. Or he himself should alter his views. So it is a huge task to go to the power and speak the truth to the power. And power, once it comes, even if I am a small officer, if we have closed our faculties. Many of the seniors will say that from UPSC days, that this distance that we have traveled from knowledge and towards ignorance is greater. Therefore, so it is the more first thing you get into a post, power, then initial assistant officer will be very powerful. That day will not listen to anyone. Then if you are becoming a bigger man, you will not have the faculty to listen at all. क्या हो इस जिंदगी की क्या जरूरत है? So दोनों contradictions के बीच में we have to travel and negotiate and attain our own niche, gain our space and then speak out and write and stand as a characterful officer so that the public purpose is served. As a commissioner, as an officer of the Customs Department, Revenue Department, we deal with various revenue-related issues. Everything is relating to the revenue, the public purse of the country. Therefore, to have a fearless attitude, to speak up and to find out things in the interest of revenue, in the interest of the nation is a very, very important quality. For that, you need courage, and that courage, as sir rightly said, it comes from spirituality. When Yudhishthira was asked by Duryodhana asked, what is this much of courage you have? What is the basis of your this courage? कैसे तुमके अंदर हिम्मत आ गया? Then he said, Dharma acharitam. The following of the Dharma has given the courage to me. Dharma acharitami. The basis of my courage is that I am in the rightful way. And as a civil servant, an analogical, metaphorical figure, you can be like Arjun. You have to tell against your seniors, you have to tell against your own, various friends in the trade, things like that. You have to act sometimes, against the interest of many people. But if you get guided by Lord Krishna kind of figure, and that Lord Krishna himself in you, blossoms, that Antaryami comes into you and guides you, that would have been a grateful day, and that day would have been counted as a wonderful enlightening day. I remember when I came across Swami's literature, Justice P.N. Bhagavati, he was giving in an interview, he said, I am a student of law, so jurisprudence, all that I am very fond of constitutional interpretation, things like that, preamble, and fundamental duties, rights, all that. So he was, the Article 21, the right to life, he has given a beautiful interpretation in a very famous judgment. That judgment, Justice B. Bhagavati was telling, that night I was sitting, and then I didn't know, Swami came to me, and my hand was guided by the Swami. By Swami Sati Sai Baba. Then the entire judgment was written by him. See, life inspiring, life changing, transforming a judgment, a landmark judgment has been dictated by the Swami. That is where I get this is my first encounter of understanding Swami's philosophy. He has touched every important DGPs, secretaries, IAS, IPS, IRS, commissioners, all that, because these people are in power. One day, Aristotle, a student named Puchahu, sir, every time you go and tell this, Alexander, do this, do that, then he said, if I am a king, I will not tell him, I will do myself. So a philosopher is having the burden of explaining to the king. If he himself is a king, if himself is having the power, then he will do automatically. But that is not guaranteed. One who has a power need not be a righteous person. Everybody is not a Dharmaraja. Everybody is not a person like Janak Maharaja who can be balanced, who can be away from Raga Dvesas. So we need somebody who can tell the powers that be. Because these people, including me, those who are having powers, they alone can transform the society. Power is not only with the bureaucracy, but also with the religion. Religious power is the supreme power. And the religious leaders, and religiously, those great Mahanubhavas and great rishis, when they come and make us to listen, a secretary will not listen to anyone if he touches the feet of the Swami, because the God alone can guide. The spiritual strength alone can modify you. Then the people's welfare is taken for guaranteed one. Otherwise, we have seen comes Madhu Kaidavas. You take all these kings, Hiranyakasipu, Hiranyaksas, all these are kings only, but they did not have a dharmic, way of code of conduct. They did not have a moral code of conduct because they were lacking faith in the God. Once we have a spiritual guru, then our behavior will be, wonderful. And since we have been bestowed with certain responsibilities, certain powers, the word adhikar in Sanskrit has two meanings: right, that is a human right, manav adhikar. At the same time, the word adhikar has the meaning power, sakta. So if we are adhikaris, we are having power. We have the right to intervene into a situation and then wipe out the tears of the people who are having sufferings. So such a greater responsibility and power Swami has bestowed on us, and on an younger shoulder on me like that. I am very, very thankful for all these entire organizational seniors, Dinesh sir and Sawant sir and my friends who have come, and for guiding me and to be associated with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was such a wonderful blend of religion, spirituality, and action. A lot of speakers, as I conclude the panel discussion, a lot of speakers mentioned when they came in, we don't know what is spirituality, what does spirituality do with civil services. I think in this half-a-day event, we've had a brilliant analysis of different perspectives of spirituality. And I think Swami has brought out the essence of spirituality in just 4 key messages. And as we exit after the conclusion of this program in just 5-10 minutes, they've been placed in big banners near Shantideep, which is the Bhajan Hall. Those 4 maxims are, and they form the essence of spirituality. There is only one religion, the religion of love. There is only one language, the language of the heart. There is only one caste, the caste of humanity. There is only one law, the law of karma. And there is only one God. He is omnipresent. If these maxims are imbibed in our life in their totality, then as Sir mentioned and very, very observantly said, that on that pen which we have given to every delegate today, our life will be the fragrant instrument in delivering that message, which is work is worship and duty is God. I think that is the essence of spirituality in action. all our eminent panelists today have communicated that message so brilliantly, and it's such a wonderful thing that in this campus of Dharmaskhetra, we've had the opportunity of listening to such insightful experience, which here we have today totality of 150 years of experience of civil servants, because each of them have served about 3.5 decades. So these 6-7 eminent speakers, we have benefited from 1.5 century of civil services experience in this half-days program. That's the kind of insight Swami has provided to the participants. So I thank all the eminent speakers here, and I would like to request the Masters of Ceremony, Maya, to conclude the session, and then we'll have the concluding remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for you have brought forth the various aspects of policy making and the role of spirituality as a basis for ensuring that the vision is not only right but also translates into positive social impact. I now request we move on to the felicitation ceremony, and I request Shri TDC Nair, Shri Satyasai Trust, to felicitate Shri J. Dora. I now request Shri Mehta, Shri Satyasai Trust, trustee of the Shri Satyasai Trust, to felicitate Shri Ashok Joshi. He's done with the felicitation. Okay, alright. So I request Shri K.V. Santanam. Okay, I'm sorry, I think he's not around. So Shri Bhatia, to a member of Shri Satyasai Trust, Mumbai District President Zone 2, to felicitate Shri Shakti Dev Rajan.
I must acknowledge the presence of two very, very senior people. One is Mr. Goel, who's with us here today. I think I request Anupji to felicitate Mr. Goel and his presence here today with us. Please give a big round of applause. Wonderful. Thank you very much for being with us, and I wish we had some more time to have you say a few words, but I think we're running short of time today. Sir. I also have the honor of having Mr. Reddy with us, who's been a very senior civil servant in the Maharashtra cadre. And I must confess, sir, you look so young and handsome. I wish I grew as young and handsome when I reach your age. I request Ramesh Sawant to felicitate Mr. Reddy. Dorakaru, all your colleagues are very handsome people, I must confess. cannot forget my young friend, Mr. Gopal Rao, to come forward. He's much younger, he's like a brother to us, but I think he deserves all the credit for doing a wonderful session with us today. I want to felicitate Gopal. Yes, as all things must come to an end. Dear brothers and sisters, I just take a few moments to conclude this and give it a little sense of direction as Bhagwan would always wanted it to have. Two important things which I must share with you today is, as we all realized that Swami used to always tell us that life, every moment, is a Mahabharata war. When the mind tells you to do something, and the conscience tells you to do something else. This is the war of every moment of life. Who succeeds determines the good fortune or bad fortune of each one of us. Baba used to always say, master the mind and become a mastermind, because that is the way to live life. And the war is between conscience and the mind, and this is every second. And to be right and healthy, to win this war every second, Swami used to always say two things. Forget two things in life, Baba used to say. Forget all the harm that others have done to you immediately. And forget all the good that you've done to others immediately. That is the way to life, that every second is a refreshing second. Every moment is a refreshing moment. And brothers and sisters, always remain happy is what Baba used to say. Because only happy people can make people happy. Sad people cannot make people happy. It's a fundamental issue of life, which Baba always told. And we're all born to be happy. They were never born to be sad, as Baba used to say. Because Baba used to always address mankind as a Divyatmasvarupala. Embodiments of the divine was the rhetoric Bhagwan. Bhagwan never called anybody, dear brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. Was never the rhetoric of Bhagwan. For 80 years consistently, he addressed mankind as Divyatmasvarupala. And I think these are the tips in life that one has to take forward and go further as we step in life. Because what you stand for and what you did is registered straight away with the Almighty. As a lawyer, I know hundreds of lawyers through generations have crossed through the portals of the High Court at Mumbai. The Central Court was the epic, the historic court of this country. But nobody stops to read the little plaque outside the historic Central Court that Lokmanya Tilak told the Britishers. That there are laws and laws, but there is a superpower that controls the destiny of man. And I surrendered to that superpower was Lokmanya Tilak's central plaque in the High Court. I must confess, as a lawyer, I must have crossed it 100 times. But never had the time to stop, pause, ponder, and see how life can change and the mandate can be given. I think that's a very important thing, and I am very grateful that we are concluding this seminar here today, and we look forward to advice from all of you. My young team, which is done, I want to give a great applause to all my youth members who are here. But I want to tell all of them that we are all here to learn that the doer is the master himself, and therefore forget all that happened today and don't carry it like a peacock with you. The next moment is a new challenge and a new moment to live. Baba used to always say the real test, the difference between man and God is the sense of ownership. As long as the I happens, you'll never cross that path. And then that is a test. The snake of 99 is always available to bring the highest and the mighty down the line. It's a very important lesson to learn in life and constantly to remember as Baba used to watch. Yat bhavam tad bhavati. The courage lies in thinking positively. As you think, you will be. Dust if you think, dust you are. God if you think, God you are. Very, as you think, so you are. God Bhagwan used to always tell us. And that is the way. I am very grateful to Brother Sir here and Mr. Joshi. I have seen him in action. I met him earlier with Venu Srinivasan. He's been an amazing person, completely dedicated, and we have a lot to learn from him, and we will continue to learn from him as days go by. Next time, it's always going to be Green Channel and Customs and never the Red Channel for us, and I'm very, very happy with that. And Brother Srinivasan, yes, we are proud that if you are a science student, I think Swami used to always say, one day my students will be in different corners of the government of India, and the Ramarajya that we want will be achieved by my students. And I think this is a great example. We saw Hariranjan Rao on the Rio, and there is Sai Kumar down south. I think those body of people together. And I'm confident that by the month of June and July, when we have the national seminar on civil servants in Prashant India, the world will know where Baba's people are positioned and what a transformation can happen to the country is a day not far. June or July 2019 is a day, and Shashank and the entire team will help us to do that session in the Prashant India. Dora Garu, amazing role model for all of us. He's been a great person who has been inspiring us all throughout, and especially me as the All India President. I've had great solace in his guidance and his smiling face. The best part about Dora Garu is he smiles, and that's where he succeeds, and I think that's a great achievement with Brother Dora Garu. I must thank Shashank. He's a very young looking man, but a tremendously great stature that he has. And if at all I was joking, and Ramesh Sawant will not take it seriously, but if I had the power to make him the next All India President, I will make him the next All India President. So that's the situation. And I thank all the colleagues, all the officers who are here today. You spent some beautiful time with us, and we look forward to be taking your advice. We want to carry this association further, and we want to be party with whatever organizations and associations you have, where we can carry this message of the human values, integrity to the system. We want to partner with you in your further progress of education as happens, and therefore I'm going to come to Sir and seek his advice, and also Ragalu and all of us will guide us as far as what is to be done in the future. With these few words, I'm going to hand it over back to Maya, my colleague. I thank her very much. She's been, for all you don't know, she's a very accomplished Bharatanatyam dancer. She's a very strict person. Today she's sitting with the rose, but normally with the children she's standing with a stick. And I think she could have been more an IS officer than a teacher with us. And I think she's really my IS officer in many ways. We've seen her very young. And I will tell you, I'm very happy I remember. I must tell you her story. And it's very amazing what value education can do to the personality of the child, and when he is a value-based person, what he can do to the surrounding is a story of Maya I would like to share with you before I end, with your permission. I know it's getting late for lunch, but I must share it. Maya was a young Bal Vikas kid. Bal Vikas is a 9-year program that Baba runs on human values. We have more than 10 lakh children already on the course all over India, and many have passed through last 50 years. They're celebrating the golden jubilee of Bal Vikas this year. And Maya passed out 9 years of college, of school, and went to college. Moment she went to college, normally in college, the children in recess go across the street to the vendors to eat food and all that. Now, being a trained Bal Vikas student, she went with a bevy of friends to the college, and in recess, across the recess, she went to the samosa wala. And the samosa wala would wrap the samosa in newspapers, and all the bevy of girls' friends would eat together. All the girls would throw the paper on the floor. But Maya, as a Bal Vikas student, would fold it and put it in her purse. She comes and tells us, and Nimish uncle, Kamlan, you know what happened? This continued, and everybody tried teasing her. Peer pressure, which affects the youth of today. All the peers started telling her, "Kya sochti hai? Tu tere nahi dalne se Mumbai clean ho jayegi? Kyun shari karti? Kya karti?" Peer pressure. But Maya comes back and tells all her gurus and then, "Sir, I kept on folding my papers consistently, doing what I was to do. And after 1 month, what happened? All my friends started folding the paper and putting the purse. I did not change, but my attitude changed the entire world." And that is the power of human value. And that is the power that we have. Without embarrassing her any more moment, I would invite Maya to come this one. Thank you.
Thank you everyone once again for taking time out of your busy schedules and according this symposium the honor of your esteemed presence. Our young volunteers will be extremely happy to show you around the campus, including a darshan of Baba's residence, if you so wish to.
May I please request everyone to rise for the national anthem. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा। जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।